First order of business is the Pledge of Allegiance. Is there anyone who would like to lead us? Yes, thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Lindas. Thank you. Okay, we have no local liquor control board business. We have no local cannabis control board. And order of agenda is next. Are there any changes, additions, deletions to the agenda tonight? Eric?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to make a motion to request in addition to tonight's agenda. But before I do so, I want the board and the public to know that using this approach is not my preference. I missed the Wednesday deadline to request this addition to the warrant agenda. Therefore, to create an opportunity for the board and the public to check in on this matter before moving ahead with a special meeting next week, I move to add an item to tonight's agenda to reconsider the request for a special meeting to take up a resolution calling for a ceasefire in Gaza.
Is there a second to Eric's motion?
Second.
We have a second by Mike. Is there any discussion? Okay, I'm going to take a roll call vote on this. So let's start with Ashley.
Aye.
Brandon?
Nay.
Mike?
Aye.
Ida?
Aye.
Eric? Aye. Okay, and I vote aye. So that is 6-1-0. All right, so I think probably the best place to put that would be between 5C and D. Does anybody have any comments or think that's okay? Ashley?
I'm hesitant, but I do wonder if a lot of people from the public are here about that topic, if it might make sense to move it up sooner.
Except I don't think that the A's and B's will take very long. And I know that there are several people here from the Hickory Ridge development. So I thought this might be a good chance. The next one after that, the update on the economic development chapter, we have allotted about a half an hour for that.
And for the public-private partnership, half an hour
Yeah,
each.
so those will be much longer.
Oh, I see. So you're saying between D and E.
Between, well, let's see,
Sorry.
Between C and D? Yeah.
C and D.
Okay.
C and
yes.
D. I thought I had the wrong piece of paper because
That's
I always print these off early.
No, that makes
right.
sense.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And Brandon?
That was basically my comment as well.
Okay.
I know there are some folks here for the road realignment and want to be considerate to them, but you know, it seems as though it'll be an hour or so until we get to this new agenda item. So
We'll see. I don't expect there to be a big problem. But we will see. That's all we can do. Okay. So we will then move to.
Madam Chair, can I
Yes.
make a motion as well?
Okay. Yes, Miranda.
Could I motion to add to the agenda that we consider the select board writing a statement against the illegal detainment of the Hartford resident, Rasan
Mosin.
Madali. Could we add that to the agenda for today? I feel like it's timely.
Okay. Is there a second to Miranda's motion?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a second by Ashley. Is there any discussion of adding this to the select board agenda? Okay. I think we will probably have to move that down towards the end then.
Okay.
Anybody have any issues with that? Okay. All right. So that will become the other one will become a D. H. Thank you, Miranda. So we will vote on that. Let's start with Eric.
Aye.
Miranda?
Aye.
Aye. Whoops, sorry. Go, you're first, Brandon.
thank you. Aye.
Ashley?
Aye.
And I vote aye. So that is 7-0. So we have adopted that and we will put it down at the end of the agenda there. All right, so next on our agenda is public comment. Please remember to state your name and place of residence. You have 3 minutes to speak. Please address the board as a whole. No personal attacks. And as we now state on our agendas, this is not a place for dialogue, and refrain from repetitious speech. And the public may wait their turn and not interrupt others. All right, thank you. Laura?
Selectboard, my name is Laura Simon. I'm a developer. Past 20 years or so. I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to talk to you about the resolution on Gaza. As many of you probably know, 300 residents in the town signed the petition last year, but the select board chose not to pass that resolution. This gives you another opportunity. I'm not sure what people will say after me, but I'm just going to go over a couple of the points in this resolution that you have received a copy of. It calls for immediate and permanent ceasefire. It calls for immediate arms embargo on Israel. Our tax dollars are being used to kill people in the country. I believe it's like $28,000. I hope someone comes out after me and gives the exact amount of our tax dollars. Our congressional delegation, Fallon, Sanders, and Welch were asking them to filibuster any legislation considered crucial to the Trump administration until an embargo and ceasefire happens, and to also not confirm any nominees until that happens. And we're asking you to consider the following definition of anti-Semitism. And that is, anti-Semitism is discrimination, targeting, and violence, and dehumanizing stereotypes directed at Jews and because they are Jewish. Currently, the federal definition allows to take action against people because of their beliefs, because they give a criticism about another country. So this resolution comes in the context of many countries, states already passing resolutions. In fact, last month, 5 towns in Vermont passed it at town meeting. By passing this resolution, the board acts upon the calls made by residents over at Hartford in 24 and 25. And we will be joining the effort to stop genocide against the Palestinian people. This does affect our town, as you know, and this is up to date as we just asked you to pass the discussion later. By the way, can residents talk when you talk about whether to have a special meeting, or is that just for the select board to talk at that time?
There will be an opportunity for the public to speak on every matter on the agenda tonight.
So I just want to tell you that we need this kind of resolution now more than even last year when we tried to pass it. Our own residents in this town are being picked up. It may not seem like it's important for town business, but I think it's more important than anything. If you look at the photos of children dying and starving, I ask you to please consider this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
before we move on, point of clarification, do we want to hold public comment specific to that resolution until we reach that agenda item?
is that what your intention was?
It seems to follow with protocol, although, I understand if you choose to make an exception to that, that's fine. But since we now have an agenda item relative to ceasefire resolution, that would be my suggestion.
Okay. All
That's generally how we've handled things. If
right,
there's an agenda item, ask people to hold their comments until
Okay.
we reach that agenda item.
okay.
One point, though, is our resolution discuss whether to have a special meeting. It's not about necessarily the substance of the resolution itself.
Yeah.
But
So, and there are other, there may be other items that people want to discuss other than the Gaza resolution. So I think we'll keep going. Okay, state your name and place of residence.
Peter Khan Zenderon, White River Junction, no missing my place with a big flag, and this is, you just meant, Eric, Mary, you and Eric just mentioned what I wanted to touch on, because remember what we talked about the last select board meeting about the situation in Palestine and the region? Well, I've got the follow-up right over here with resources that people could use. I mean, I'm willing to hold off, if you want the comments for that specific line item, I'm willing to hold off, but I followed through, right, because part of the problem is people do not have a proper understanding of what is going on in the region. We want to make sure that this resolution is not some from people looking to support a fetish cause, but rather to help people who are experiencing real persecution, because this current administration in the White House respects no one's rights. And in case you didn't notice what happened in Oman this weekend, they basically just made every American a legitimate target. So something like this is more important than ever. So I'll be willing to hold off till that line item is where I can better elaborate.
All right, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Marie Elvin. I thought I'd introduce myself now that all the new members are here. And my concerns, usually when I'm speaking on behalf of residents on Hartford Avenue. I've had numerous concerns going on up there for the last 4 years and continue to speak out about what is happening. So I just, forgive my informality, and I just want to read a couple of highlights, just so you all are kind of on the same page and aware of what does go on Hartford Avenue. And I'm just going to read a few. The growth of the Haven is just out of control on Hartford Avenue, in my opinion. The Haven now views the Upper Valley from Bradford, Vermont to Windsor, Vermont, and from Haverhill, New Hampshire to Claremont, New Hampshire. They serve approximately 10,000 people a year. And their operation budget is $3.4 million. They're celebrating their 45 years now, which is wonderful. I mean, I know the Haven does good things, and we're thankful for them. And for 28 years, the Haven was a drug-free facility. And then when they put in that new single shelter up there is when the drugs started to come in. So it's not a drug-free facility anymore, although many people think it is. Let's see. I don't know actually who gave the Haven permission to deal with drugs and addiction up there. I feel drugs and addiction is a very different issue than homelessness. I know homelessness comes from addiction, and these people with addiction and drug problems definitely need help. And this town is in a big way needing help with the drugs that are in this town. Having a drug addiction facility at the homeless shelter, I just don't think it's a good idea. You know, we have the Hartford Community Coalition, who is all about drugs, drug prevention, keeping the kids informed, don't do it. And then up there, you have drugs going on. I witnessed a drug deal on my street last year, and talking with a neighbor a couple of weeks ago, they witnessed a drug deal also going on there. So that whole flat has become basically a drug strip where kids are walking to and from school every single day. I'm very disappointed with what the Haven has become. People need a drug-free place to stay safe as well. I feel most people are uncomfortable staying there. If you're in recovery, or you have a family with children, I'm sure you feel a little uncomfortable being around people who are using drugs and or dealing drugs. We've witnessed since the Twin Pines facility has gone up, it's not unusual to see 3 or 4 cop cars there surrounding the building for whatever, I don't know. I assume it's drugs. And it's not unusual to see emergency vehicles at the Haven. And I'm sure the majority of that is reviving those who have OD'd. The Haven overflow I have brought up, you know, the Haven is an attraction we are getting people from all, 10,000 people from all around those communities, and they are coming here to this town. There was, just a couple more things, sorry. Cumbies down there where all the homeless people go, I guess, in the morning to get their coffee. They have locks on their bathrooms now because they've had drug issues in the bathroom with people dealing or using, and some kid got cut, I guess, on a glass pipe. And there's been needles that have been thrown over at the park and ride. The park and ride, you know, continues to be an issue. It's gotten much better. The police seem to be on it. But Mrs. Levitt had to deal with, she couldn't let her grandchildren out to play because there's needles in her yard. And the 150 needles that were just found in Wilder, Vermont should be an eye opener too. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marie.
Good evening, guys. Tim Terry, Waver, Junction, Vermont. Candidly, I'm kind of overwhelmed by what you have in front of you tonight. I'm looking at this agenda. You have 174 documents. I looked at your attachments, which, by the way, take a decent amount of time to even load in. And it's kind of troubling to me in the sense of like how you even work through all this stuff, because. I'm saying that because, you know, we have the science, you know, the different projects going on in town and working through Curbside and working through all these things you're working on. And I kind of have my own pet peeve list of things that I'm upset about or, you know, want to be involved in or whatever. But I kind of come back to another concept of like trying to get citizens involved in this town, and yet you're suggesting that, you know, when you look at this agenda, and I hope you guys get out of here before midnight, there's a lot of layers here of you know, the curbside programs, you know, all these other things. And yet my main reason for coming here tonight has to do with humanity and civility. And I'm of the belief that regardless of what happens, you know, day to day in our town from an economic perspective or, you know, projects or housing or all the things we're struggling with, I think we all have to come back to a place of civility and a place of caring. And honestly, yesterday I was watching some of the coverage related to the Colchester incident, as I'm sure many of you are familiar with. It's very troubling to me that we as a society are doing these things to other humans. I think we need to stop. I think we need to be better people. I primarily came here tonight to be an advocate for the pride flag that I hope will be waving in our town during Pride Week. I think that's a wonderful thing and shows our civility and our caring for each other. And again, I'm kind of a facts and figures guy, and I like to be involved with the business of the town. But I think we need to kind of come back and take a breath, all of us, and be civil and be caring for each other and be really kind of reflecting and thinking about what type of town we want to be as we move forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Anybody else?
I want to speak on the item that's not on the agenda tonight, or was not on the agenda tonight, which may be on the agenda later on tonight. That's the Gaza resolution that you've been asked to consider.
Did you want to wait until we talk? Okay.
I'm not speaking about the planning meeting, which is what your agenda item
Right,
is.
right.
It's difficult for me to understand why the select board is considering taking a position on that issue. If you read state statute, there's nothing in it that calls for select board members to become engaged in international politics and the work they do in running a town government. And while I'm 1,000,000% sympathetic to what's going on in Gaza and we create solutions to that and other things that are troubling around these days, it's just not the business that I expect our select board to be involved in. We don't have the statutory authority to do it, and frankly, I don't want you to take positions on issues that I have an opinion on, feeling that I can better express myself individually. I don't think that you have the right to take a position representing 10,000 residents of the town of Hartford without taking a poll, without them voting to direct you to do something like that. And that didn't happen. So a more appropriate place for this consideration would have been a town meeting perhaps, but even then, they're scarcely attended and probably wouldn't get that much better representation of the town. So I'm gonna ask you not to take action on things like the Gaza resolution. And unfortunately, not to take action on the arrest of a town resident yesterday. At the same time that I feel terrible about that and I want to do something about it, it's not for you folks to be engaging in that. And to the extent that you do, you're creating division in the town. There are a lot of people in town that feel, as I do, that it's just not the business of town government to be engaged in international politics. And if you've read the listserv or the social medias in recent days, I think most of the comments are to that effect, that folks want you to stick to your knitting, and I would encourage you to do just that. Avoid becoming embroiled in international politics that's going to separate the town as opposed to pull it together. Your work should be to marshal the resources of the town for town government purposes and to encourage our citizens to work together on solutions to town issues. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Colin. Okay, I don't see anybody else at this point, so I think what we'll do, we will move on to select board what? Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you for reminding me. Brand, is there anybody on Zoom? Actually, we do have one. All right, great. Thank you. Thanks, Mike.
Michael, go ahead.
Hi, Michael Redmond, Executive Director of the Upper Valley Haven. Not to respond to particularly, but to comments that I heard earlier, but just for information for the community that might be listening in, the Haven is not a drug addiction facility by any means. We do focus on harm reduction, meaning that some people that come into our shelters have had experience with substance use. By and large, it is alcohol. There are ambulances that would come from the Hartford Fire Department from time to time. We're greatly appreciative of that work. It is related to common health conditions of chronic health or people that haven't had all of the breaks in life. They are not due to overdoses. We have had no overdoses that have had needed a response. We're proud of the work that we do. The shelters are filled with people who are working on the challenges in their life. This past year, over 70 people from households were able to find permanent housing, and another 60 were prevented from losing their housing by the efforts that we provide. Thanks for the opportunity. We're proud of our work. We look forward to the community work that is going to be underway, that is bringing together a lot of organizations, including the municipal organizations, to address some of the issues in our community, and the Haven will be there as a resource, as it always is. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael. Okay, second person? That's it. Okay, all right, thank you. So we are done with that part of the agenda, and we will move on to select board comments and announcements. And I'm going to start with Ashley this time. Do you have any?
The only announcement that I wanted to make was in regards to the illegal detention of Hartford resident Mosin Maldawi, and I think because that's an agenda item, I'm okay to hold my thoughts until then.
Okay, thank you. Brandon?
I have similar thoughts about other agenda items, but I can hold until then.
Okay, great. Mike?
I have no comment.
All right. Brandon?
Don't forget about the annual Arbor Day tree sale that's happening on May 3rd. I don't know if that, John, if I just stole your thunder, if you were going to talk about that.
That's absolutely correct.
I'm glad you did.
Plant a tree.
Buy a tree.
Yeah.
It's a fundraiser. Yeah.
Yes. All right, Eric?
Nothing at this time, thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, so then we will move on to appointments. We have 2 reappointments. And so we will first consider the reappointment of Tom Franklin to the Zoning Board of Adjustment. Is there someone who would like to make a motion?
I will.
Okay, Mike?
Madam Chair, I move that the Select Board reappoint Tom Franklin to the Zoning Board of Adjustment for a 3-year term beginning April 15, 2025 and ending April 14, 2020.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, Miranda seconds the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. So passes unanimously, 7-0. And we have the second one, and that is consider the reappointment of Scott Cooney as the Vermont Town Forest Fire Warden. Is there anyone who would like to make a motion?
Madam Chair,
Ida?
I move that we reappoint Scott Cooney as Vermont Town Forest Fire Warden for Hartford to commence on April 18th, 2025 and terminate June 30th, 2030.
All right, do we have a second? Eric?
I'll second that.
All right, thank you, Eric.
Madam
those-
Chair, I wonder if the nominee wishes to speak.
Not unless you want me to.
Fair enough.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, passes unanimously, 7-0.
Thank you for your service.
Thanks, Chief.
Yes, thank
thanks,
you.
Chief
Go
Cooney.
home, eat dinner. All right, now we have the town manager's report.
Yes, thank you for that. Just a few things. We had another meeting with the Clerical Workers Union on April 11th. The next meeting will take place May 2nd. We are now, I believe, done hearing the proposals from the union. Now it'll be time for the town's team to respond and engage in discussions. I plan and hope to update the select board about the status of discussions at the April 29th meeting in executive session. As you all know, there was a select board site visit on April 15th with regard to the proposed Hickory Ridge Road realignment. This is part of the process related to housing to be built on Sykes Mountain Avenue potentially. We'll be hearing more about that later tonight. The third monthly HeartStat meeting was held on Tuesday, April 8th. These meetings allow police outreach and its crime data analysts to exchange information with area social service providers. The first community coalition, I believe it's Public Safety Coalition meeting, will take place on April 24th at 5:30. And there's a new venue, Hartford High School Library. So hopefully people out in the community who have ideas or concerns about public safety in town will take advantage of that first meeting to hear from HPD about what their plans for community engagement are. Beyond that, I've got a few significant activities to highlight. The Lyman Park Working Group and others interested in that park attended a walking tour of the park with park architects who are performing an assessment and future design for park improvements. Currently, Parks and Rec is accepting survey responses relating to that project. The survey can be found on the town website and at hartfordrec.com. Staff at Parks and Rec are preparing parks for seasonal opening. Green Up Day is coming. This event this year will take place on Saturday, May 3rd. Keep a lookout for more information on how to sign up individually or as a group. The communications and media specialist notes that he continues to work with Parks and Rec to create a video relating to their reaccreditation process. And he's working with the Emergency Communications Center to create a video for National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week. That's our folks in dispatch. The DPW department reports that within their highway division, they are continuing springtime maintenance to include pothole repair, sweeping of paved roads, grading of gravel roads, and tree debris removal from the March 29th ice event. The police department has let me know, and I'm sorry to report to you, the death of retired Captain Timothy Rich. Captain Rich served the town well for his 38 years of service in the Hartford Police Department. Officers Simon Keeling and Daniel Bennett were promoted to corporal after a competitive promotional process. HPD was present during the hands-off protest, which occurred on Maple Street, stretching from the intersection of US Route 5, 14, and 4, and went into Lebanon on US Route 4. The organizers estimated 2,100 people present for the event, and HPD is glad to report that there were no issues during this peaceful protest. Appreciate the collaboration with the organizers. Sergeant Will Fernari has been temporarily reassigned as acting lieutenant in the outreach division. And I believe that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
We have a hand up online.
All right, thank you, Miranda.
Go ahead, Heidi.
Heidi, you can go ahead and speak.
Good evening, Heidi Duta, Way River Junction, Vermont. If I may, could I touch base on John's town manager significant activity report, some items that I read about that he did not bring up in tonight's discussion, and ask a couple questions for clarification?
Sure, go ahead,
Okay.
Heidi.
I read these over as soon as they were posted on Friday. I would just like to know why on the Park and Rec Department, it says the field of debris dumped in public parks continue along the railroad tracks near Kilowatt. One location is identified within the Great River Hydro property boundary. There are 3 locations we will be clearing up. One area has over 150 needles that were dumped. The health officer collected the needles for disposal. We will be renting a dumpster and plan to use the DPW excavator with thumb bucket to remove the debris and dispose of it. Staff met with the Hartford School District Buildings and Ground Director to understand seasonal activity will be implemented. Oh, wait, sorry, that's something else. So the other part, that's one part that I would like to understand. So when we had the meeting at the Wilder Club and Library last fall, some neighbors in that area of Wilder were bringing up the fact that they had unhoused individuals living between North and South Kilowatt. I believe that's the section that this is being discussed, where the fecal matter and drug paraphernalia was located and is being cleaned up. Am I correct, John?
I don't know if this is the same location precisely. That was several months ago, but I just don't know as I sit here, Heidi.
So the reason I'm asking this, John, is I believe it's the same individuals that are moving all over town. And I'm just wondering how moving forward we can stop this from occurring and actually try to hold these individuals accountable, as in having them, giving them the mechanisms and the dumpsters and have them clean up behind themselves, and or enforcing like community service going around and giving them mechanisms to clean up trash or you know, clean up flower beds or empty trash can. I don't know, something to kind of enforce that, you know, it's not okay.
I can respond by saying that between the Hartstad initiative, in which HPD works with area social service providers, and the new public safety community coalition efforts, HPD is trying to work with the community with concerns relating to this type of conduct. I will tell you that some people are agreeable and willing to accept help. Some just choose to live life the way they live it without any help from service agencies and choose not to interact on a favorable basis with town staff, which does occasionally offer help and guidance.
But as a town, I think were you done? I'm sorry.
I just wanted to also let you know, Heidi, that one problem as far as the needles go could be the fact that we do put out porta potties with a needle disposal in the park, but when it comes time for winter, that's taken out. So that might be why there's an inordinate amount at this point in time. So
It's certainly on the, it's certainly on the radar of our town health officer, outreach, Parks and Rec, and now DPW, from whom we're seeking some technical assistance with in terms of an excavator, that kind of thing. It is a darn shame that this problem recurs, but not everybody follows the rules that most of us do.
I know it's very unfortunate. I mean, as you know, I've had it right up diagonally across from my house. So the other concern, I won't take up a lot of your time. The other concern was the next item that I was starting to read, if I may. It says the health staff met with the Hartford School District Building and Grounds Director to understand further impacts of this district facility PCB remediation. It is understood that most of the seasonal activities will be impacted by the project and likely impact future pool operations and other summer camps. Does anybody have any information? Does that mean they're not going to be able to open up the pool this summer?
I intend to follow up with Scott Hausner about that. When I read that upon review, it occurred to me that that might be a typo with a missing word there, but I will ask him to confirm that's the case. And if so, there'll be some more messaging coming out from Parks and Rec.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
thank you, Heidi. Okay, so anybody online before we move on?
All right. Can I ask
Yes, I have.
John a question? John, I sent you an email about this, and I know we're going to be discussing the situation with a detained resident later tonight, but I wonder if you could provide, just for the public record, an update on the process of aligning the Hartford Police Department's current policy with the Welcoming Hartford Ordinance, just to sort of describe
Sure.
briefly, but where we're at with that and how public engagement can continue with that process.
Their town has established a working group to interact with the police academy leadership and with the Attorney General's office. It consists of myself, the chair of the select board, the vice chair of the select board, the police chief, and the town's attorney. We have our first meeting via Teams tomorrow afternoon. And I imagine that at some point we'll be able to report back to the public as to the discussion's general nature and what ideas have been generated from it in order to possibly revise our fair and impartial policing policy.
And can residents contact you if they want?
Oh,
give
absolutely.
Input between now and tomorrow?
They should feel free to contact me or any of these people that I've mentioned.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ida. Okay, so we are moving into item 5A, consider a select board liaison appointment for the 250th Commemoration Committee. John, do you want to?
Yeah, I'll just briefly point out, and Dennis can do for himself. We have established, per Dennis's request and Gwen Tucson's request, an ad hoc committee focused on the 250th commemoration events that are going to be taking place across the state of Vermont and in our community. And that group has asked whether the town's select board might designate a select board liaison to that group. Is that correct, Dennis?
Yes, Dennis Brown, White River. Yes, that's spot on. We're also, if possible, trying to reel in the communication specialist with this, posting things on the town website. And there's going to be all kinds of different events, historic, patriotic events, and so we're hoping to have that help as well.
I'm sure JD would be happy to help, as will Matt Osborne, who is your staff liaison, right?
Yep.
So our understanding is that this is not, that the 250th Commemoration Committee is not paid. And our liaisons are traditionally paid. This is a committee that is going on for, 1 to 3, 3 years. And
More like 2, but yes.
yeah, but are usually, except for the voting members of liaisons, we are usually only on a committee for 1 year. And what I wrote to John to ask if there's the possibility, if select board members, rather than having one select board liaison for this, if we would even approve of this, if people could, on the select board, periodically may volunteer to come to a meeting. Because I noticed that the reasoning for your request is mostly for communication purposes. And my thoughts were that, as you had stated, we do now have a communication specialist who can help with that. We also have a website that could encourage the minutes that you would be taking, the things that are going on. And I'm just not quite sure how much more that a liaison could do to disseminate information to the town, even though, if they were there. I'm not even sure that we have ever had this situation before where we would have a liaison for a commemoration like this.
I'm not aware of it, but I've only been here a relatively short
I'm not
time.
aware of it either.
So,
I guess I'm trying to find out
I think
what your goals are, how they are different from what can be done already with our communication specialist and with the minutes and any website information on the town's website.
Well, maybe a little history here. I know that the select board used to have a liaison to the Veterans Council, that isn't anymore. We had the UVAC, which I think the board were the liaison. I was the previous liaison to that. They meet rarely, maybe once a year. So, just thinking about when I was set where you are and when I was liaison, I took that pretty seriously. I took a lot of notes. I found out what was happening and also what the needs that the select board might be able to assist with. And so if we don't end up with a liaison, I think we'd be missing a large chunk of that.
Mhm.
So I didn't think it was gonna be too much to ask. I mean, most all our committees have a liaison. And this is a somewhat temporary one, but
Right.
maybe for 2-ish years. So I didn't realize it would have so much resistance.
I'm not saying it's a resistance, but the rest of the liaisons are standing committees that I understand. But I would love to hear input from the rest of the board. Mike?
Yeah, I'd be interested in this, but I've only got a year left on my term and it's a 2-year kind of thing. So the idea of the committee is to have a liaison where there's continuity over the course of the 2 years. It might be best to get someone else, but
We take what we can get.
Does anybody else want to say anything or make a motion? Mike, do you want to make a motion?
I make a motion.
I can make a motion.
I
Yeah.
don't recall us ever making motions.
I don't know how, we
It's like
do these by
it's like
appointment.
at the organizational meeting. We just all
Right.
say, hey, is that okay?
Right,
Basically.
so I guess what we're asking is then if you're volunteering to be liaison,
I will volunteer to be your liaison.
okay. So,
Thanks, Mike.
thank you.
Yeah, that's great.
All right.
Is that okay with you, Dennis?
Especially. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thanks.
Thank you.
If you want continuity, you'll have to persuade him to run for re-election.
Yeah, campaign manager.
All right, thank you. Okay, then our next order of business to consider the request to fly the pride flag at town hall.
Yes, Madam Chair. You've all seen the email exchange with Danny Brzezowski, if I'm pronouncing that right, who has asked on behalf of the Pride Committee to once again fly the Pride flag at Town Hall for a week in July. That has been requested and granted the last 2 years at least,
Yes,
per our policy.
yeah. Okay. Is there a motion to adopt? Derek?
Can I make a comment before?
Sure, absolutely.
I support moving ahead with this. I had asked a question of John about whether VLCT had reviewed the flagpole policy in light of their very recent publication of a flagpole or flag policy guidance.
Flag, banner and pennant.
Okay, thank you. So given that they've just published that guidance, I was wondering if it would behoove us as a town to ask them for some feedback on our policy. My very cursory review of it shows that our policy is less restrictive, or their model policy is more restrictive. It just might be a good process step for us to look into that. I don't think it should hold up this this item on the agenda, but it could be something that we ask the town manager to look into in the future.
I actually had talked with John earlier because last year I was asking if VLCT had come back with some of this information, and they had. So I've had a chance to review it. John's had a chance to review it. I'm sure other people may have. And I think we'll plan to take up that discussion at a later date.
Okay, good.
Okay.
Then that's all. I just wanted to note
I
that.
would caution that I don't know if VLCT will specifically answer a question about our specific policy. Generally, they get involved and provide guidance where it could be of value to multiple communities, and therefore they might refer us to our town council, which is an expense, but it's something we could do if the board wanted to run it by town council. But certainly it never hurts to ask VLCT if they'd have a look at ours and give us any feedback. So,
Thank you.
All right. So I'll ask again, is there a motion on the floor? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Thank you. State your name and town of residence.
Thank you so much. My name is Jennifer Wetmore. I live in Stratford, Vermont, and I'm a member of the White River Junction Pride Committee. So we came here today to ask the select board to please approve the request for the town to fly the pride flag from July 20th, 3 p.m. to July 27th, 3 p.m. As the town manager said, we've been hosting White River Junction Pride events for the past 5 years during the last week of July, and that includes the annual White River Junction Pride Parade. And in the last 2 years, the town has flown a pride flag during the Sash week.
Thank you very much. Hey, Kim.
Hi there, Kim Souza, Hartford, Vermont. Also wanted to kind of follow up on what Eric commented on, and agree that I hope you will approve this application wholeheartedly, as well as the already approved banners for July that have already been approved for June and July. And then I would love to see the board consider adopting both a similar flagpole and banner policy for the VLCT model policy.
Thank you, Kim. Okay. Anybody online, Miranda? All right, so I'll entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, I move that the select board approve the request to fly the pride flag at town hall. And I feel like I should give some dates to that, right? Do we have them?
July 20th to the 27th.
To the 27th, yeah.
July 20th to the 27th. Thank you.
Of this 2025, as you.
2025. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Is there a second? Second. Miranda, all right, thank you. So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, so the motion passes 7-0. Thank you very much. And now we are at the public hearing on the proposed realignment of Hickory Ridge Road. I'm assuming there are.
Oh, are we gonna do our new agenda item?
No, it was right after that one.
Oh,
There are
sorry.
people-
Sorry. Got confused again. Just not see.
Yes, Madam Chair,
Yes,
one thought was to suspend the regular select board meeting and convene the public hearing. Have you done that?
yep, okay. So we will now convene the, or is convene the appropriate word?
Suspend.
Suspend the select board meeting and then convene as a public hearing.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you. So, good evening. My name is Peter Raymond. I'm the attorney for the developer BlackRock Investments. We're here for the final piece of what has been the kind of Green Heights, known as the Green Heights Drive housing project. This is specifically for the road discontinuance and realignment of Hickory Bridge. I'm here with Adam Morse, the project engineer, and Earl Simpson and Dennis Marquis. They're also principal social developer, and they speak, but I think it's going to be Adam and I mostly. And so I just wanted to give some background, and then I'm going to turn it over to Adam, and I'll, if I can be allowed on Zoom, I can pull up the project plans while we talk. And so the petition for the select board this evening is to discontinue a short portion of Hickory Ridge, the southerly end where it connects with Sykes Mountain Ave, and that is to discontinue just the two-way public travel portion. It is not actually to give up the town's ownership of the underlying fee, so it just be to end the public travel of that very southerly section. And then a realignment to accommodate a turnaround and a dead end so that vehicles can turn around and snowplows and whatnot. This discontinuance and alteration stems from the project approvals that the project, the 240 units that are proposed on Sykes Mountain Ave, the 192 units market rate, and the 48 units of affordable housing that were received last spring from the Planning Commission and Zoning Board of Adjustment. It was a condition of those approvals that this be finalized. And this realignment and discontinuance is really stemming from driven by a request to minimize impacts on the residents of Hickory Ridge. So essentially that Hickory Ridge will now no longer be a through street. The traffic from Green Heights Drive won't be able to turn on to that native development. They'll have to exit onto Sykes Mountain Ave. It's essentially exactly where Hickory Ridge now intersects with Sykes Mountain Ave. Also, as a condition of those approvals, there's been a memorandum of understanding or a development agreement between the town and the developer, whereby the developer is going to undertake the actual infrastructure improvements so that there won't be cost to the town. Green Heights Drive will remain a private road that the town will not have responsibility to maintain. There will be a gate, as Adam will talk about, that will allow access and public maintenance. So we're here before the select board. This is kind of the final piece of this project. And with that, I'll turn it over to Adam. I think yeah. So if I
One point of order, Mary.
Yes.
I just got an email from a resident online. Could speakers who are speaking at this microphone speak very directly into the microphone and maybe adjust it? It's not a very good microphone, so you just have to be direct. Or you can use one of these microphones over here, which I think is better for the people at home. Thank you.
As Peter mentioned, I'm Adam Morse, the project civil engineer. And he's going to bring up the plan.
Yeah, so should we have them get set up over there?
Would you like to have a seat here, sir?
Yeah, if that works better, I could.
Yeah.
Might work better.
That way you can see the.
Yeah, often presenters sit over there, so it's. easier.
That's something on the screen now.
Okay, we've got it on the screen now, so I can go up and point. That might be the easiest way to do it.
You can also hold the microphone.
Yes.
It comes off the stand there, so
Okay.
you need to point, that would probably be best.
Okay, that'd be easier.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so, as Peter mentioned, proposal is to discontinue this section of Green Heights or Hickory Ridge Road to about this point. And this is going to be made into a hammerhead turnaround for plow trucks and other vehicles. And with a gate placed in this location at the end of Hickory Ridge. And that gate has a Knox lock on it, so that it can be unlocked by the police department or the DPW. And that is to provide emergency access for also the fire department to get through there, and also for the DPW for any needs they may need to open it up for plowing, for example. Let's see what else. So the existing portion of Hickory Ridge Road that's being discontinued is being turned into landscaping in this kind of region here. We are putting in a curb in this location, and the Green Heights Drive gets realigned towards the main development. So you'll note that there is a pedestrian access from the development onto Hickory Ridge Road, and that's open to the general public for traffic, foot traffic and bicycle traffic to and from Hickory Ridge. And then there are a series of crosswalks and sidewalks that can get pedestrians down to the sidewalk network on Sykes Mountain. And it also provides access to the bus stop. So the bus stop is being enhanced with this project, so there will be a new bus shelter. Currently, it's just a sign, so that will have a sidewalk connection in a shelter area. Green Heights Drive will be a stop sign controlled intersection with a stop bar, a stop sign. And this development will also have a stop controlled intersection. Yeah, and I think that covers the main points. I should do it. We do have drainage on the development side being handled in this kind of facility here, but that's not on the right of way side. Questions?
I have a question, and it may not even be on this map. Where would the, what DPW had talked about, a pump that they can pump up, where is that on this?
Yeah, so this is a booster pump station.
Okay, yeah.
And that will boost the pressure from the town water system up for the upper development for the 192 units. And it is not required for the lower units.
Thank you. Anybody on the board have some questions?
What's procedurally like the next step? I mean, after.
So before we get to that point, we have to take questions from the public, and I will enter into record here the questions from the public taken on site on the sheets. So the first question we have is from Skip Spalding. Has a traffic study been completed on Sykes Mountain Ave?
Yes, we've done a traffic study that it was reviewed during the planning board hearings.
there's a traffic study that VHB that was done as part of the project. I have a paper copy of that, if the select board is interested in it now. I also have electronic copies that can submit it to the town if the board feels that they need that in their record for this.
Lori Hirschfield is here and she can speak to that if needed. Because
How about that, Lori?
The question was whether there was a traffic study associated with this housing project.
Yes, there was.
And it is available in the meeting agenda on the website for this meeting.
And just to highlight on the traffic study, it was looking at this intersection, the impacts of the development of traffic. And there was a proposal there for the gate, so essentially.
We need to capture you on a microphone, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just noting that while that was back in April of 2024, it's essentially capturing the layout that you're seeing here, the short version of that.
Thank you.
all right, so they've answered that question. From Mary Kay Brown, definitely need a crosswalk across Sykes to connect neighborhood to sidewalks on Subaru's side of Sykes. So
As I think as Adam mentioned, there's multiple crosswalks planned. There's one that cross Sykes not now right near the bus stop. And then there's also connecting into the network of crosswalks. I also know, I think Adam mentioned this, but there's this a sidewalk that continues up to the upper lot. And as part of the memorandum related to the road realignment, there'll be an exchange of easements where that's going to be open to the public for public access up to some walking trails up on the upper lot.
Could we just remind you again about the need not to stray from the microphone? Thank you.
Okay.
I'll learn.
Or take it with you.
Keep going.
second question from Mary Kay. Has consideration been given to give Steve and Darlene a fence to screen out headlights shining on their house? That would not just more grass. That would be the house at the end of Hickory Ridge at the turnaround. Yes.
Yeah, I can speak to that one. So I believe we do have some landscape plantings in that green area in front of the house. And you'll also note with the alignment of Green Heights Drive, traffic headlights won't really be pointed towards that house. They'll be more, pointed more towards the northeast up the hill.
Okay. Third question from Mary Kay. Will plow turnaround be paved? Should be to match road.
Yes, it will be paved.
That is all the questions that were submitted at the on-site inspection.
Are there any questions online, y'all? Further questions from the select board?
Next steps.
We do have an attorney here who is more appropriate in answering this question than myself. But John and I have worked together a little bit, and we do have a motion that John has edited up to discuss the motion, which would direct the next step to it if you are amenable to this. Basically, the town's representative attorney is going to be providing a template to use that would we would collect the necessary data and documents and justifications and provide you a draft of your acceptance, basically.
At the next meeting? Is that
At the next meeting, yes.
Did the attorney want to say anything at this point?
Well, just to answer the question of the procedure, just to address the town, I think Chris has laid this out. Standard, just to highlight that quickly. There's kind of two triggers here under the town. continuance, this continuance. Towns, ordinance, alteration, whether it's gonna result in safety or. And I think for the reasons that Adam has explained, efficiency, safety, the traffic. Traffic is gonna improve, minimize the impacts today. From the green stripe traffic, as far as the overall public benefit, good, this is a 240 unit housing plan. It is in the town's growth center, is where growth and housing in particular is directed to go. And the regional plan, it's been approved. You've been approved extensively. And for those reasons, it meets those standards. It's also a relatively short section, as I mentioned, the discontinuous piece is really stopping the two-way traffic, so it makes Hickory Ridge essentially a dead end without giving up hamlets. And yeah, so I just wanted to touch on those.
So from a DPW point of view, I just want to clarify the discontinuances. We are not throwing up this right away. We will still own, control this right away. So that it's a little odd how that word gets into this motion and all, but you must know that we will still control it. Pedestrians, bicycles will still maintain their access, in fact, to an enhanced bus stop opportunity and crosswalk network. As far as road and safety goes, this keeps the development from intermingling with a small single-family dwelling neighborhood, adds them a level of privacy and protection from the development, and definitely cuts down on potential for accidents. That's how DPW sees it. It's kind of a unique partnership. We understand it's something in the past maybe we wouldn't have promoted, but we need housing, we need tax revenue. So the land available for development we recognize is limited. So this is our offering to work this out. And there are other aspects of it. The project that outside of the road realignment with the water system in particular offer unique opportunities for DPW to integrate private entities operating parts of our system to enhance the operation and maintenance of it. So
it sounds like the last part is just the motion.
and I will defer that to John. He's the main author of that.
We have some.
Yes,
You
Now
did.
we have some.
we put that on the desk earlier.
Yeah.
It's just the basic talking points that the attorney has mentioned, points out the standards that have been met, hopefully by the developer, and authorizes there to be another meeting at which a final resolution would be approved.
Right. Okay, Randall.
Go ahead, Heidi.
Hi, yes, this is Heidi Duto of White River Junction. I've been sending the select board emails tonight. Ida's been very gracious in responding to me, but people still are having problems when people are not going to the microphone to speak. I had no idea what the attorney just said, and I'm being reached by many members of the public that cannot get into this meeting. Is there a way that you guys can take a break maybe and shut the meeting off and reload it so that people can log in? Because they have concerns over this project, and if they can't log in, they can watch it live, but they can't actually ask their questions.
We have 22 participants on the Zoom call, so I'm not sure why some folks are having trouble and some wouldn't be.
I don't know.
Can they tell Heidi their questions?
I have heard that people are having difficulty hearing. So yes, microphone usage and speaking loudly would be helpful.
Right. And I don't know why they would not have ability to zoom in.
Are you noticing
that would
any
then answer
problems on
that.
your end, Nick?
Microphones should be good now.
I'm happy to repeat anything I said previously if it was missed.
but I don't.
Heidi, can you hear what he just said?
I can hear that, but when he was away from the microphone, I have absolutely no idea what he said. But I have multiple people reaching out to me on Messenger and on text message and they're on email and they're saying I can't log in. I said you can watch it live. I sent them the link, but they're like, I have questions. I can't ask it when I'm on live because, they have no way of asking it. So, and I don't know who's monitoring the email, the select board email, because they can't ask it that way because they're not getting a response back that way. I shouldn't be asking other people's messages because what if I don't relay it properly?
That's
Yeah,
correct.
I'm not getting, I don't have any
Yeah,
emails.
that's what I was gonna say, Mary, like I'm monitoring the select board email address and haven't not received any emails about this agenda item, but people are welcome to send an email in the next few minutes if they want their question answered and are unable to log in. It sounds like we're not having an overall problem with the Zoom, so we can't necessarily determine that that's on our end, but
I wonder if a point of caution might be to take a short break
Sure.
to allow anybody who wants to ask a question to pose it through the select board, and we'll try to get them answers before we close the public hearing.
Okay, sure. We'll take a 5-minute break, 6-minute break.
And do we want to restart the Zoom meeting, like log out and log back in?
What do you think, Nick?
Or is that going to kick everybody
kick
off?
everybody out. Yeah.
I'm trying to get on soon here.
Yeah, why
If
don't
I
we
can,
try
then
it?
I
Yeah.
just logged in.
Yeah,
So,
We're not having problems here.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, there, it's up there.
Right.
Okay, well, let's still go take a 5-minute break.
Okay.
And be back at about 7:16.
To resume the public hearing.
And to resume the public hearing, yes.
Yes.
It's hot.
Well, the air came on, which also drowned out some of the
Yes, that's what I thought.
audibility.
This is the first time the HVAC has been on during
And
a
I've got
meeting
it on
in
the website.
3-4 months.
Yes, and upstairs, HVAC is off because we had a condenser flame out a few days ago. So glad it's working down here.
Snacks here.
Also-
Anybody want some snacks?
What did you make,
No.
I have not read your
Was it your
email.
birthday? Happy birthday!
I just had a bunch of friends in and I said, don't bring anything. Of course. So anyway, snacks to get you by.
One thing we have to rule out.
I will.
There have been a couple of meetings at Dartmouth where connected with the television. Right. I mean, it's like, I'm the one that got in trouble over that 2 years ago. A couple years ago. It's like, that's the one remote possibility. Other than that. I should be.
You can't get on?
That's why I said, I want to stay more.
No, I'll take a look at it. I just haven't had time because of course we're in the middle of a meeting, so.
Yeah, like some of these resources.
Yeah. Thank you.
Understanding for those of you who are online and trying to get in, first of all, it might take a while to download simply because the agenda packet was 174 pages. My understanding is that if you are having difficulty with the link today's, you can use the link from the last meeting. You can also use audio. You can call by phone. And is there anything else?
Lexi, we're going to need you to tell the group what you've just told me.
So if you go to Town of Hartford website, select board, do not click the agenda since it's not right in the agenda. Go down to Zoom link and click the link under the header Zoom link. That works. What's in the agenda does not. So it is under the header Zoom link on the select board's page.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lexi.
And it's also been posted to the Hartford Town Meeting Facebook group, if that's easier for folks.
Great. So there are lots of opportunities. So we just wait and see.
I'd say maybe give them 60 to 90 seconds to do so and proceed with the hearing.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, I think it was pointed out, I don't know if you saw the email, but people couldn't see what was being indicated on the screen because of the screen sharing.
Oh.
So maybe it would behoove us to, if Chris could read those questions again, if we can do a rehearsal of some of that stuff over. It seems like people couldn't follow that either. I'll defer to your judgment. But.
Repetez-vous, s'il vous plaît.
All right.
We have AC on, so please speak loudly.
Yes, don't be shy.
All right, we're going to start over with the public questions that were provided in testimony records at the on-site inspection to be presented to you tonight. The first question was given by Skip Spalding. His question to the consultants is, has a traffic study been completed on Sykes Mountain Ave?
The answer to that is yes. Traffic study was completed by VHB back in the spring of 2024, and it was submitted to the Planning Commission and Zoning Board of Adjustment as part of those approvals.
DPW will just confirm that the traffic study was completed and approved by the Planning Board and Zoning Board. From Mary Kay Brown, first question of 3. Definitely need a crosswalk across Sykes to connect neighborhood to sidewalks on Subaru side of Sykes.
As the plan we have up now, the C2.2.
Can we end the screen share?
Can we end this screen share?
Oh, sure.
That might. Then people can see you rather than just the map.
Okay. So there's a crosswalk across Sykes Mountain Ave, approximately to the east of where Green Heights Drive will connect with Sykes Mountain Ave, crossing to the Subaru dealership, or approximately where that dealership is.
All right. Second question from Mary Kay Brown. Has consideration been given to Steve and Darlene a fence to screen out headlights shining on their house, not just give them more grass?
As Adam explained a little bit earlier, there's 2 components of the plan that address that. There's some landscaping that's proposed in the area of Hickory Ridge that is being discontinued, that is being turned back to grass and landscaping where there will be no more pavement. That's immediately adjacent to their house. Also, the Green Heights Drive is angled, so it's to the northeast. So as cars pull onto the drive, their headlights will actually point away from the house.
Third question from Mary Kay Brown. Will plow turnaround be paved? Should be to match road.
Yes, it will.
All right. So DPW will confirm the answers. The crosswalk, I will note, approved by the site plan approval and so forth with the zoning board. It does go, before it crosses, it does go to an improved bus shelter, and the crosswalk does enter into the extensive and new sidewalk network on Sykes Mountain Ave on the opposite side of the road. I will note DPW did look at the intersection, and the headlights will now be improved from earlier versions of site plans for it. They will not be shining at their house. They will be pointed towards Sykes Mountain Ave. And I will also note from DPW that the plow turnaround is paved. It's part of the street improvement, and they did submit a turn-in radius movement plan to the Planning Commission when they approved it. And that concludes the questions that were presented on site.
There is one that came through on email, if I may read it for the record. This is from a resident, Jennifer Lamoureux of White River Junction, Vermont, who said she's unable to log on to the Zoom. The comment is, object to the suggestion of the dead end on Hickory Ridge, as it will force much more traffic down Lower Hyde Road, and there's a daycare on that road that already sees too much excess high-speed traffic. Response.
I would just note that the number of houses on Hickory Ridge, I believe it's shown on the plan, is maybe in the order of 5 to 8. And there'll be no traffic from the project that'll be on Hickory Ridge, because it'll all be entering onto Sykes Mountain Ave.
I won't get into details from DPW, as the approval is mostly a planning commission. I will note, if you dive into the traffic analysis, the peak hour turn-in radiuses or turn-in traffic off of Hickory Ridge onto Sykes Mountain Avenue was minimal, in the order of magnitude of 1 or 2 cars. That's the additional traffic that would be going on to Lower Hyde Park. Lower Hyde Park is a mixed-use road, including a restaurant at the corner of Lower Hyde Park, a church, a multifamily residences, a auto repair business. So that is not while the traffic rates on that street are not high, it's not a low, it is a main road through. So whereas Hickory Ridge is a very limited traffic road, and that's how it was approved through the planning board, was by the impacts to the street networks and where those cars from the development could potentially go. The idea is to keep the new development from going on Hickory, which would then ultimately end up on Lower Hyde Park.
We had a comment online, but they put their hand down, so just making sure that's.
I think that might be it. So we will entertain a motion for the Hickory Ridge Road to Sykes Mountain Avenue, and the information in the motion.
To close the public hearing first.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, so we'll suspend the public hearing and
Close the public hearing.
Pardon?
Close the public hearing.
Close the public hearing, and we are back to opening up as Hartford Select Board. And so now we will move forward for a motion on this Hickory Ridge Road.
Madam Chair.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll make a motion.
Okay.
Okay, I move the select board notify staff that the select board approves the petition to realign and discontinue two-way traffic along a portion of Hickory Ridge Road to Sykes Mountain Avenue, because the changes A, result in greater safety or efficiency of the town's transportation system pursuant to section 7539 of the Hartford Transportation Ordinance, and B, are in the public good, necessity, and convenience of the inhabitants of the community pursuant to section 7540 of the Hartford Transportation Ordinance, and further move that staff prepare a decision or resolution to alter and discontinue a portion of the highway for select board adoption, utilizing a template to be provided by the town's consulting attorney for this matter at the next warned meeting or hearing pursuant to 19 VSA section 711A.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, we have a second from Mike. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
That's unanimous. Okay, so we will then move on to the thank you, gentlemen, for all your work and for your patience and for speaking more loudly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, okay, so we are now on the update on economic development chapter of the town plan.
I've got the,
Oh, that is, we have the Eric, your motion. Yeah, sorry about that. So, since you were making a motion, Eric, do you want to begin and talk about what it is you're interested from the select board?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to read so that I stick to the script and don't deviate so much and take up time. But initially, I supported a special meeting to discuss the resolution. My default position is to invite discourse, not to limit it. Additionally, I assumed there was a coordinated effort by members of the public to bring a revised resolution before the board. The collective effort that might be receptive to entertaining a strategic, citizen-driven approach to resistance in lieu of, or at least in addition to, a non-binding resolution adopted by the board. It appears that my assumptions were unfounded. Since the April 1st meeting, I've come to appreciate the cost of continuing on this path relative to the potential benefits. I recognize the resolution, even with revisions to call on others to act, as a form of dissidence disproportionate to the power it is intended to affect. What I see, or what I recognize, is a non-strategic and possibly counterproductive effort, some of it organized as late as this weekend, despite the most earnest and heartfelt intentions. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Okay. So you made a motion, or you're asking us to
I think we need a motion for what?
right.
Special meeting, cancel it.
Sorry, I did not just make a motion.
Okay.
I presented my case for putting this on the agenda. In my
For
perspective.
another meeting.
No, for discussion.
Okay.
So I can, if you wish, make a motion. And then we can move to, if it's seconded, then we can move into discussion if that's where you.
Okay, that's what I wasn't sure of.
Okay, if you want, I'm prepared to do that.
All right.
Okay.
Do we,
We
well,
can
yeah, I
discuss
think we should
first.
have discussion before a motion is made, especially if there's potentially public comment.
But we can do a motion, a second, and then discussion.
But I think that the public comment could potentially impact what the motion is.
Fair enough. I'm
Okay.
completely flexible. I just thought I'd open the conversation to
Okay.
why this is why I asked to put this on the agenda.
Okay. I would like to make something clear because I've heard this several times, both in emails to the select board and in people's discussion and about this resolution, about resolutions in particular. And I thought something that was done that was very well is that Miranda actually asked VLCT about resolutions and what they are, what their intentions are, what their goals are, and what they are not. And because she asked VLCT and they spoke to an attorney there, and she got a response today, right?
Yes.
I think it's a good idea for us to just take a step back, take a deep breath, and just listen to Miranda summarize it, and she will have it posted to the website in its entirety, because it actually talks about what happens in this situations.
So my response was from Garrett Baxter, who is the senior staff attorney at Vermont Leagues of Cities and Towns. And he essentially said that resolutions are ways for official bodies like select boards to formally share opinions. They're not laws or ordinances and don't have any legal power. They're mainly used for symbolic or temporary matters. There's no law that limits what topics a select board can make a resolution about. It's up to the board to decide what's appropriate. Even if it is an international issue, the board can express a viewpoint if they believe it represents the community's values. And he also gave some advice on if the community members disagree with a board's resolution, their recourse is through voting in future elections.
Okay. So-
And yes, I will make sure that the official response that he wrote that details like legal cases and everything can be in the minutes.
I just thought that was important. It's always nice to get more information that kind of expands our understanding. Okay, so I guess we're at the discussion stage and Dennis has been standing patiently at the podium.
Just to help out, Mike, when you've been speaking, you've sat back and I'm sitting in the front row here and I can't even hear you. So I'm not sure if the folks on the Zoom are hearing that, but it would help if you got closer to the mic. Or even
Theme of the night.
that's all.
Thank you. Thank you, Dennis.
Yes.
So I'd like to know what the select board's pleasure is, Colin is going to come ahead first.
I just want to follow up on what Dennis just reported to you about Mike sitting back in his chair. It's not just Mike. It's difficult to hear all of you. Some of that is because of this obnoxious air conditioning system that's running,
Yeah.
but it seems like the sound is turned down very low. I don't know if that's something that can be controlled, but sitting right here, it was difficult for me to listen to the attorney that was speaking in the public hearing. And that was after switching out the mics. He had a dead mic for most of his presentation. It was switched out and it was still very difficult to hear him. So you all need to lean into the mics, and in the longer term, you need to figure out what's going on with your AV in this room and get it fixed. Most of the time that attorney was speaking here, that owl was looking at Mary and Brandon. He rarely showed up on camera. So you stopped, you had him close his presentation so that he could be seen speaking. He was never seen. You've really got to work on the AV in this room.
Thank you.
Comment.
Okay.
About the reconsidering the special meeting. I wrote my thoughts down so I could be a little concise. So while I understand that when we serve on the select board, we're representing our whole community, I believe that also means that we need to, in some cases, focus on those who are most impacted by an issue. And so while many people in Hartford might not be directly impacted on a local level by what's happening internationally, there are people in our community who are. So if the minority are affected, then we all are. So for example, I know this has been discussed already tonight, but Mohsen Madawi is a White River Junction resident and Palestinian. And yesterday he was arrested by ICE when taking his citizenship test. He has a green card and a right to be in this country, but he is being targeted by this administration, as well as other Palestinian residents and immigrants in our community who are using their right to freedom of speech and are being punished for it without due process. I know that the resolution doesn't necessarily stop these actions from happening, but it is a way for us to show support for our community members. However, in hindsight, I do think that adding a special meeting as an agenda item during a meeting made this entire process feel rushed. At this moment, my concern is that this resolution doesn't feel supported and coordinated in a way that's best for our community and for invoking change. I do support a ceasefire, and I'd like to see our community find ways to support our Palestinian residents as well as our migrant and immigrant community members. I just don't think that this resolution at this time is going to do that. That's also why I was particularly eager to hear about the Welcoming Hartford Ordinance and progress on that, because I do think that can bring our community some actual tangible safety. Not that it's an entire solution, but it does offer some real on-the-ground safety. And I know John's working hard at that, and we will get an update from that soon. And I'm also open to hearing other solutions. I really want to find a way to support our community members that really supports and protects them. I think potentially something like a task force would be best and would be able to find the most relevant way to propose a solution so that we can feel confident in supporting, supporting these efforts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank you, Miranda, for your comments. I appreciate the thoughtfulness that you bring to this topic. And I just want to express my belief that a movement and any action that a movement takes is stronger and more strategic and more effective when there's collaboration and coordination and planning among groups of individuals and between groups that are concerned about a topic. In terms of this iteration of the ceasefire resolution, I don't see strategic collaboration and coordination. And for that reason, I'm not in favor of a special meeting on next Tuesday, the 22nd.
Oh, are you?
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know if you're pointing at someone.
no.
Let's just, okay, Mike.
Thank you, Mary. I was not here at the last meeting where we decided to have a special meeting. I was away on business. I would not have voted in favor of a special meeting. This came up last year and the select board declined not to accept the resolution by a vote of 4-3. We have new membership on the select board, right? I mean, I think that's the only reason this would be a possibility. I feel like it's just not a great thing for us to do at this time. We're a new board, lots of new members. We work very hard to build back a level of trust in the community, and I feel like this is being divisive. Like we're just kind of shooting ourselves in the foot, you know. That does not reflect my personal feeling about the situation there, or whether or not I personally agree with the resolution. I just don't think it's appropriate for us to take this up, and I would vote to cancel this special meeting.
Happy to speak.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To those who have written in about Gaza being not being town business, perhaps scores have written in, a lot of folks, and I see that, and I hear you on that. I hope you also understand that several hundred of your neighbors requested that we pass a similar resolution. Make no mistake, the resident who was abducted by ICE yesterday was abducted expressly because he publicly supported the topic of this resolution submitted for our consideration. By expressly, I mean the government is making no secret about it. It's all in public filings. I think that when our townspeople start getting plucked from their daily business without charge of a crime, as this man was, I think whatever topic that drives that is town business. I think it has to be. How close does it have to get to you before you start thinking it's town business? What if your beloved next door neighbor is detained? What if a member of your family is detained? And by detained, that's a euphemism, more or less. Often these days, it means sent to a prison with horrific conditions. You've seen the capriciousness of this administration. Once they feel like it, they'll jump from this topic to the next. Are you willing to bet your loved ones on your idea that they won't jump to another topic? To my colleagues on the board, you will vote the way you vote, whether to keep our special meeting next week. I simply ask you to consider the outcome only. Will we decline to allow for consideration of a resolution about a serious subject while we continue to pass resolutions about various random things? I would love to know whether any of you believe the argument that doing this would preclude us from doing other necessary town business. I'll end by reading a comment sent to us via email from a resident. They say, while Gaza may seem far away, we must ask ourselves, if we pass this resolution as a community, who does it hurt? Who does it harm? If we do not pass it, who does that help? And who does it harm? Thank you.
Thank you, Brandon. Here we are.
Well, I guess I'll make a comment. I'm really torn on what to do. I share a lot of Miranda's sentiments. I feel that last year when this came to the board, there was a really public showing of support and collaboration from community organizers and from potentially impacted community. And I think for me, that's really important. I tend to like to follow the leadership of number one, affected community, and then number two, people who have been focusing on the work of a particular issue for a long period of time, which I'm glad Laura was here tonight to share. But I think for me, the challenge has been that I have received scores of emails from the public for us not to take up this issue. And while I disagree, I think I think that it is within our purview, given what the definition of a resolution is, which Miranda shared. I think it's absolutely within our ability as a board to make a resolution on this topic. But I kind of want it to be more impactful than it feels right now. And I also want to know if there's something that we could do that has more teeth than the resolution. If there are organizers in the community working on other initiatives, I just don't feel like I have that information. Like, I don't know. I don't feel like we've really heard enough about that. So I like the idea of a task force. My hesitation to vote against the special meeting is that we'll say we want a task force and then nothing ever comes of it and we forget about the issue. If that is the case, then I would probably vote to keep the special meeting. But if we as a board can come up with some sort of commitment to keep this issue, I mean, Brandon is right that, we have had a resident of this town abducted by the government illegally in direct relation to this conflict. So yes, it's an international issue and there are ties to it in our community. So that's kind of where I stand. I would love to see a task force, perhaps also collaboration with Hickory on this topic. I don't know if that might be a body that could take it up or work with organizers on it. But yeah, I would like to see, I would like the community to feel less divisive about the topic before we make a vote.
I guess I'm probably the last one to make a statement on this. Last year, I was one of the individuals who voted for the resolution. It felt right at the time. It felt like there was not just support for it in Hartford, but it was a great deal of support for it in the Upper Valley. Since then, things have gotten worse. And I think I feel somewhat similar to Ashley in the fact that I feel this was rushed. And I understand the necessity for rushing. At the same time, I feel like there needs to be more organization directed around what we actually can do. Resolutions are symbolic, but unfortunately, that's all they are. But at the same time, I do believe that select boards do have some say, just as I've thought about this today when Senator Sanders and Senator Welch and Representative Ballant came out to talk about what happened to Mosen, who is a neighbor of mine, was immoral, inhumane, and illegal. And I thought, these are people who were voted for, and they talk about their constituents in all of Vermont. And I'm sure they have people who don't want to talk about this now, but it's like, I actually feel stronger about a Palestinian ceasefire and the people deciding for themselves than I did last year. But I don't know if this special meeting actually does enough for me. So that's what, I'm challenged by this. And of course, I don't like to hear people and respond to people who are very negative about the whole process. It's easy to do. It's hard to be in this seat sometimes. So I don't know if this is not the time. I don't know how long it would take to organize, to make it. You know, I've gone to some of these protests. I've seen what they say. They say protest is number one, donate is number two, boycott is number three, and divest is number four. Well, I've done all of those things in my own personal life. But, and of course, it takes more than one person. So, you know, I have a hard time with this at this point in time because I don't know if it's enough that we're doing and whether it makes a difference. I'm also concerned if this is sent to the White House, that it makes Hartford a target. I don't think it takes much these days. So that's kind of where I stand. So you can see that all of us, we have strong feelings, but we also have conflicting feelings. And it's probably because our lives are conflicted with, you know, what's been going on in the last 100 days. So.
Thank you for allowing public comment. No need to repeat my name or residence. Miranda, I'm glad you got my email on this, and my presence here is all the more important to share these resources because, among other things, Palestinian government's websites and resources are the regular targets of hack attacks. 2 years ago, when we had that shooting of the 3 Palestinians at Burlington, within hours, Ann Watson and Phil Stott were in contact with me immediately because my Iranian admirals had been stolen in Montpelier at the end of 2018. They've been a precursor to something like that. And there are two things in town where that can and that do have to deal with this issue. One, you have 2 government facilities here in town. You have a small Army facility on the southern part of Route 5, and you have the VA facility, which can either be weaponized to help or harm people. When I was illegally detained 4 years ago by the feds, it was my being reevaluated by an employee of the VA, which enabled me to give the Trump administration a taste their own medicine and beat an illegal detention. And 2, I've spoken with your colleagues at Hanover back in December about this in the wake of the fallout over the protests in May, and they have acknowledged that even not just at the collegiate level on both sides of the river, but also at the local level, there is not proper education on this, not just Palestine, but also on the region. Some food for thought. Consider that profanity ordinances were originally enacted to criminalize Arabic and Farsi language. And today, you can be considered charged for threatening behavior simply for discussing the Hebrew language. So, I mean, I can remember, you know, I may have been the first Iranian born in Vermont 4.5 decades ago, and I can remember growing up with other people from that part of the world. I mean, you can count the number of people from that part of the world back in the 90s and 80s on your fingers with one hand. And diversity was not respected or celebrated back then. So education is all the more important on this matter, because the world is becoming a smaller place. So, and I look forward to working with we need to take, if you, don't just go to the fetish cause crowd. Let's step up to the plate and get something done about this. Because what happened to Mohsen, that's why he emailed me earlier. It could happen. I mean, I'm a dual. They can target me for my dual status. And after what I went through 4 or 5 years ago, I'm ready to rumble.
Thank you, Peter. Laura?
Laura Simon Wilder. In the middle of this discussion, are you permitted to decide whether to have a task force? And as I'm listening, I'm thinking the newest abduction of one of our residents is definitely a focus that's going on with the Upper Valley for Palestine, the groups that are organizing around this issue. And if we step up and say, the town has appointed, I'm not sure who you might say, somebody as a liaison from the select board. I would do it as long as I'm not tied up too much, and a couple other people. And I think our main focus could be finding out what other towns are doing and bringing that back to the select board so you know. And to me, that's a assertive step to protect one of our residents and to protect many others who could be targeted after this. Obviously, I did want you to have the meeting next week, even though I can't attend. And I was going to work on getting people to attend, but I think opening this up to, look at what's happening right now and move together forward may be a good step.
Thank you, Laura.
I have a question for Laura,
Yes.
if that's okay.
Yep, you're gonna need to go up there.
Laura, I have a
Brandon
question
wants
for
to
you.
ask a question.
I have a question for you, Laura, if you don't mind going to the microphone to answer.
Yes.
I'm just curious about the organizational effort behind this resolution. I mainly have one question, which is, was Upper Valley for Palestine made aware of the resolution once your group approved it? And what did they say, if so?
We did post it on their, we have a thread through an encrypted messaging, and I posted it on there. They have a meeting going on tonight. Nobody said anything negative. There were a couple people who felt they weren't informed enough, a couple Hartford residents. So they said, we don't want to get in the way, go forward. But there weren't as many people as I would like to see. I hate to say this, Brandon, for all your effort to bring this forward. But I was one of the people that put in quite a few hours, and many of us did, gathering those signatures. And it was pretty easy for people to say, we definitely want this war to stop. And that was a year ago. So I don't have any questions about whether people really want to see this war stop and whether they felt they'd like to see the select board take a stand. They were very clear about that. Does that answer your question?
I think so.
David?
Dave Briggs, White River Junction. I came for another issue tonight, but this whole topic has been high on my mind recently, and I respect the fact that at least 200 people have signaled that they're concerned. A few years ago, I was raising the flag on the Gate Street Hill, and we had 450 people express concern specific. So what's the ratio does it take for us to all feel like it's worth our effort to look at them seriously? As many of you know, I'm a big advocate of what I call ad hoc committees, where you delegate intentionally from a session like this that has a very tight time frame into groups of well-intended resident citizens with their respective talents and abilities, so that you're not left on the hot spot to think on your feet in a pivotal moment. I'm a big advocate of that as an overall concept. So whether you call it an ad hoc committee or task force, seems like the 200 plus voices deserve to have a thoughtful consideration. That's just what comes to my mind tonight. Personally, it breaks my heart to see the pictures of Gaza. I just can't imagine why we aren't out in the streets every morning.
Thank you, David.
If I may be permitted to make a quick follow-up to Brandon's question.
Very quick, Peter.
Yes,
because
in
we need
regards
to.
to Upper Valley for Palestine, I had mentioned in my response some concerns, some issues I had, both positive and negative with them. But that group you mentioned, one resource they mentioned for information is my good friend Norman Finkelstein. 17 years ago today, we were speaking at an event at Brown. The campus police threatened to have us arrested. The students and faculty formed a human wall to prevent that from happening. Within weeks, both our respective universities used the court systems to have us banned from the campuses. So consider that for food. This isn't just a fetish cause. Standing up, we have to be ready to take action, not just words.
We have some online comments.
Okay, go ahead.
Kathy, go ahead. Kathy, you there?
Millsap, is it? Kathy Millsap.
MELOCIK. That's it. Kathy, if you're speaking, we can't hear you. I see that you're unmuted, but. Oh. Okay, I see you muted and unmuted again. We can't hear you.
Come back to it.
Yeah. Okay, Kathy, we're gonna come back if hopefully maybe you can figure something out on your end. Kim?
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. This is Kim Souza, Hartford, Vermont, and I want to just tell you how much I appreciate this conversation and how complicated and difficult I know that it is. And I really just want to commend you all for really thoughtfully processing this whole situation. And I do want to also just kind of mention that the signatures on the petition, I don't think it was ever verified that the number of people who signed the petition who were actually read the proposed resolution at the time. So I just want to kind of have members of the public and the current board be clear-minded about what those 200 or 300 signatures or whatever they were, what those people were signing in favor of. I think they were all very much probably signing in favor of ending the destruction and the war and the horrible situation in Gaza. But I don't necessarily think 300 people signed on specifically to endorse the proposed resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. Okay, so we are back to whether we go ahead.
Can we check with Kathy really quick?
Oh, yes. Does she?
Kathy, can you try one more time? Or maybe send an email? Okay, you're unmuted, but we can't hear you. Maybe if you can send an email to the select board email address.
Has she tried to call in?
Oh, yeah, could you maybe call into the Zoom? I'm gonna give you a second to do that. We have another public comment. Heidi, go ahead.
Heidi Duto, River Junction, Vermont. I have one question and then one other item. Petition that Brandon mentioned last week, was there a new petition put out for the proposed meeting next week? Or is the petition used for next week meeting the one that was used last fall?
Brandon, you want to answer that?
There was just the one petition so anytime anyone has referenced a petition, it was the one that the organizers got signatures for last summer.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but wouldn't that petition be expired because it's already been utilized and voted down as a no?
I think petition is kind of an informal thing in this sense. They're not petitioning to put something on the ballot. So in that case, there's no real expiration.
But it's already been voted down by the people on the board.
But it's a resolution.
Yeah, it's not an ordinance or a law or a motion. It was just a resolution.
Mike Hoyt, do you have any input on that?
A resolution came before us, last year and it was voted down. I don't know why the board couldn't pick it up again and vote a different way. I'm voting against it, but it is just a resolution, I think it can be brought up again.
So if, I really think before you move that forward, if this goes through, that you really need to look into that. The only other item that I want to bring up is, there was just it wasn't I don't even know what they called it, when everyone just in different cities, different towns, just stood their ground with their banners. Hartford did one, Montpelier did one, different towns did it. Why couldn't you just do that? A peaceful protest, I guess. So that's my suggestion, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Heidi. Okay, so I think where we're at right now is whether we move forward with the meeting next week, the special meeting next week, or not. Is that, are you reading me correctly? Is that what all this discussion is?
Did, I just wanted to circle back on Kathy.
Kathy,
Yeah, because
Melissa?
she did send an email.
Yeah, I think she's trying to call in.
You want to read off her email?
Well, her email just asks what number she should call.
Oh.
It's, the one on the agenda is wrong.
So maybe we should
Yes, yep, there was a problem with the link and the number. And it's not on the.
Yeah, because otherwise it's just the link for.
She could call it my cell phone and I could broadcast it over my,
Can we do that?
why
John,
not?
what's your phone number?
That's a good
Oh, no,
question.
privacy.
That's a good question. I don't know my cell number.
Maybe this
Yeah.
is good impetus to take up the AV system next year.
Yeah.
That's a
Or in-
budgetary matter.
I know.
We're ready to go if you want to cough up $60,000.
Do you want to send her your number?
I don't know what it is. That's my problem.
You don't know what your phone.
No, I don't.
Wait, is it actually?
Does somebody have a phone number that
You're
they're
just
willing
giving
to share?
Colin more fuel. We don't even know the number.
You are so technologically.
This better be a good comment.
Kathy, yeah.
9343, extension 216.
That's my office upstairs. That's my landline.
Oh, it's
Kat-
not up there.
Kathy, I just replied to your email with a number that you can call and we can broadcast your comment. Sorry about this accessibility
David Briggs
challenge.
is calling my personal number. Thanks, Dave. I'm hanging up.
Here's the real call.
You're not Kathy. Okay, here we go. Hello, is this Kathy? I'm gonna put you on speaker. If I can. Can you find-
Unofficial tech support.
All right, Kathy, this is your moment.
You should mute. She has to
Yeah,
mute.
she has to mute her Zoom.
You
guy.
need to mute your Zoom first, though, because we have an echo.
Or turn her sound off.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good, because I can't hear you and the pressure really feels hot right now. And I'm also sensing with great relief that I'm not the only one suffering the cell phone generation gap. Anyway, it's Kathy Melisick from Wilder, Vermont. Thank you for accommodating me with all this. Every time I do Zoom, it's like a new adventure. I wanted to thank everybody for addressing this issue. The Gaza issue, I can't think of an issue, very few issues as complicated as this one. I mean, I remember growing up during, Anwar Sadat and Menachem Begin, this has been part of my entire life, and I don't suffer directly because of it. So I can't even imagine what people who are directly involved are going through. I can't imagine directly what Mosen is going through. I'm horrified that it's happening in this country. I'm horrified that it's happening in Vermont. I'm horrified that apparently the rule of law has been chucked out the window. That said, I have addressed some concerns on the listserv with regard to the way the information about the ceasefire resolution has been promulgated in the town. As I've said before, when similar issues have come up, when one person has seemed to act as a spokesperson for the board on past select boards, it is possible to have two concepts in one's mind at the same time. I can be horrified about Gaza and doing what I can to ameliorate what I can in a small way, whatever I can do. But I also would like the board to work toward acting as a cohesive whole, particularly with regard to communications to the town. There possibly isn't an issue out there as divisive as this right now in so many ways and on so many levels. And to have one person ostensibly acting as saying they're speaking for themselves and not the board, when it seems in every way to be coming across as representing the entire board, I have an issue with that as a citizen of Hartford. And I hope that's something that the board can work toward. If perhaps it involves the Vermont League of Cities and Towns guidance on this, that would be great. They've been so helpful before. I remember working with Dominic. He was awesome. And I think that could only help as we all tried together to move through such an incredibly difficult and upsetting and acute issue as this. And I thank you for listening and for accommodating the technical problems.
Thank you, Kathy, very much.
Yes, thank you, Kathy. Okay, so we are back to phase one.
Can I bring up the question that Laura posed?
Yes.
Yeah, what would be the potential steps for a task force? I know it's not on the agenda, so I don't think it can be decided tonight.
Yeah, I don't think it should be decided tonight, but it seems to me like if we have a process to move toward that might be the best option.
Are we talking about a select board process or a community process?
Community process is what I'm thinking that you're talking about.
With like a select board liaison. Yeah.
Right, right. So
Is there a procedural rule that prohibits us from making that motion?
I wouldn't vote for anything, just come up with it on the fly. I'd like to see stuff in time to parse it and think about it.
I guess my concern is that I don't want to vote to get rid of a special meeting if I really don't have any guarantee that this topic will come back up in the very near future. So I'm like at a, could we make a motion to put this on the next agenda? I guess that's not really the process of agenda setting.
But that would be
We could-
after the.
Yeah, we could
special.
agree to have, to direct the town manager to do so and sort of get a sense of that the board, the majority of the board agrees with that. I think John would heed that wish.
Of course, but there is a process in your rules that you might want to work through instead, and that's talking to your chair and vice chair who set the agenda.
Right. So you'd have to put that on the agenda before next Wednesday.
The agenda for the meeting for the 29th will be next Wednesday at noon.
Well, and I guess I think part of also like how we got here is that because the whole board isn't involved in setting the agenda, like really you and Mike and John have the ultimate say. So you
Right.
could technically just say like, well, we don't want to put it on the agenda next week. And then we don't have a special meeting. And then, yeah, that's what I'm trying to avoid. I'm trying to figure out what the mechanism is to avoid that. And to, ensure to the folks that do want us to take this up that there are some other steps.
I think you'd have to vote not to have the special meeting first and then work on this, but it sounds like you kind of want it both ways. You want to know that there's something out there that you can do, but you want to have a special meeting if it isn't out there.
Yeah, like if there's no other formal next step that we can think of that impacts my vote on canceling the meeting.
Is there?
Actually, I think you wanted to speak first.
Sorry.
I'll let you go first.
Okay.
I just was wondering if there was any way to make a motion to change like instead of motioning to cancel the meeting, could we motion to change the topic of the special meeting?
To be for a task force, like
Yeah,
development
to
of a
discuss
task
a
force.
task force rather than to discuss the resolution.
The select board opted to schedule a special meeting for a specific purpose.
Uh-huh.
I'm also confused about how that would sort of advance progress in the direction of having this be like a community-led effort. like if the select board were meeting to discuss a task force, my understanding is that what we want is a community initiative that a select board can liaise to.
So would that need to be proposed by a community member?
I would like it to be. I would like a group of community members who are, you know, concerned about Gaza and have good ideas and collaborating around what they would like to see happen. Bring that to the select board.
In lieu of a resolution.
In lieu of a special meeting
Okay.
next week specifically.
But we don't have, well, it would have to be put on the agenda tomorrow, wouldn't it?
No, we don't have any
Yeah,
agenda
we
setting
don't.
tomorrow.
Yeah,
We just simply have the one for the 29th.
right.
Yep.
Right. Mike?
Eric, did you have a comment?
I think Ida, thank you, Mike, and Madam Chair, I think Ida captured it. I was sort of scratching my head thinking if this is a community-led task force, shouldn't that be the kernel that's formed first? And in the community sphere.
Mike?
I'll make a motion.
All right, Mike?
Madam Chair, I move that we cancel the select board special meeting scheduled for next Tuesday, April 22nd.
Is there a second on the motion?
I'll second that.
Okay, so we have Mike and Eric. I'll take a vote. Let's start with Eric.
Aye.
Miranda?
Aye.
Ida?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Brandon?
Nay.
Ashley?
Aye.
Okay, and I vote aye. So that's 6-1. Okay. And so my thoughts are that there will be somebody who wants to put on the agenda a task force or an ad hoc committee made up of community members and a select board liaison to discuss ways that we can move forward on Gaza ceasefire, any other relationship to the Palestinian situation. Ida?
I would just add that, you know, it can be on the community's timeline. I think the rushed aspect is partly what many people felt uncomfortable with. So
Yeah.
I just want to say there's no specific requirement of a timeline. And I know there are
Okay.
certain issues that are urgent, and I'm glad that we have another item on our agenda later tonight proposed by Miranda that is pertinent to this issue, that we can make some movement tonight.
Okay.
And just putting that out there to say, you know, there.
Any other discussion on this before we move on then? Okay, then we will move on to Lori, update on economic development chapter of the town plan.
We're actually the PPP.
Right, public-private comes first.
Partnership first. Okay, so, well, thank you for, we got to this. So for this evening, I give people an opportunity, okay. So during the course of working on the town plan, the use of a public-private partnership, frequently referred to as PPP, was identified as one of the strategies that we would want to step into potentially as part of our economic development plan. Given that, you know, the opportunities there, we decided it would be best for us to start putting that together and getting it before the select board. And we want to ask you for your input this evening. And if you're in a position that you want to approve something, that could be done as well. But really getting some feedback from you tonight as to, is this something you're interested in? And what we've scoped out as some possible ways to approach it, does that work for you as well?
So what we're going to do is break it up into a couple different sections. We'll go as quickly as we can, recognizing the hour, but also give an opportunity for you to raise questions. There were some questions that were raised prior to this by Eric, and I believe everybody has gotten a paper copy of that or electronic version of it. So I'm going to hand this over to Lexi, and she's going to lead you through that process. Miranda, can you pull it up onto the screen? If you, and I think that that might help people visually get a sense of what we're talking about as well at home, if they haven't had a chance to. Perfect.
Thank you, Miranda. Perfect. Okay, so I am not going to read everything on the papers, obviously, just give you a high-level overview. First, we're going to hit the intro doc to PPPs. A PPP is a collaboration between a government entity and a private enterprise. Like Lori said, this came about when working on the town's economic development chapter. And now I am here, so I have gotten these new tasks to work on and getting you all something, the select board, that when and if these projects come forward to you in the future, you have criteria and you have a background and you know what they are, and you can use this criteria to be able to weigh, is this a good project or not? Basically, we are doing some legwork to hopefully make things easier for you all in the future and have something established regarding PPPs. These projects often involve concessions from the public entity, in this case, the town, of tax or other operating revenue, protection from liability, partial ownership rights. They are effective ways to get projects done that may not otherwise be viable without public help. But at the end of the day, you have to hold the private partner accountable and make sure there is public good coming from this project. So you see the 4 types of PPPs in the boxes. There are various types. There are hybrid approaches. PPPs are very complex, and very rarely will they fit one of these boxes exactly. They are normally more of a hybrid approach, but these types help you lay it out, and you can see different methods of how to use them. Build, operate, transfer is when a government hands overall construction and operations to a private party for a set number of years, but then eventually the project is transferred back to the government. Build, operate, and own, it is the same as the first one we just talked about, but the private entity is never required to transfer the project back to the government. They keep ownership of it. Design build is when a government contracts with a private party to design and construct a project for a fee. And buy, build, operate is when a government sells an existing project that has already been completed and possibly operated by the government for some time to a private party. Common risk with PPPs are cost overruns, project delays, political opposition, condition at handback if it is transferring back to the public, and complex principal agent problems. Benefits are capital needed to start and complete a project, private sector innovation and technology, operational efficiency, and diversifying the government entity's economic base. 2 things to highlight real quick. The town already does forms of PPPs. They're not really formalized as PPPs, but when we get a grant like a HUD or CDBG grant, and we give that grant to a sub-grantee to carry out the grant and implement it, that is a form of a public-private partnership right there. Although it is less formal, we are still giving the grant to another entity to carry out the project. So it is similar to that. Also, in many ways, Hartford's White River Junction TIF district is a form of a PPP, which Lori can speak more on the TIF district if you would like more information on that. There were not a ton of PPP examples to pull from in Vermont, but there is one currently going on in the city of Rutland. They have been participating in a build, operate, own PPP. The city is partnering with private developers to bring a hotel, apartments, a restaurant, and a bar all in one large social space to the downtown area. The site that it will be on was contaminated and vacant for many years. So And then you see in your handout, there are specific numbers where it gives you a breakdown of kind of the different benefits and reduction of future taxes. In addition to the Rutland example, the city of St. Albans assembled a buy, build, operate hybrid PPP in 2023 that they are currently still working on to construct workforce housing units on a city-owned vacant behind City Hall. So in this case, the city took a more proactive approach than the previous one, and they are heavily involved in this project and kind of spurred it to happen. So on to the next document, criteria, which the action of this memo is asking you all to adopt criteria. It does not have to be immediately, but just something to think about. First, I want to preface all of these benchmark levels, how we have it divided up into 3 levels. These levels are flexible in terms of you may get an answer in level 1 that is relevant to something in level 2 and 3. We tried to create boundaries, but all that to say they are a little blurry sometimes and they can run together. Level 1 is really just about getting an application from a developer coming forth and saying, this is what I want to do, and providing details on it, the mission and vision, commitments the town is being asked to provide, how does this benefit the public, what are potential risks that they are seeing. So that is just very high level. What is this project? Have you thought about this? And just kind of presenting an application. If the select board would feel that those questions in benchmark level 1 are answered sufficiently, they would go to level 2. And this is when the select board would be considering, is this a possible good fit for us? Are the concessions the town is being requested to make what the select board would agree on? Would you negotiate on the concessions? Do all major stakeholders, the developer and the town both, agree on the mission and vision of the project? How will the town hold the private partner accountable? Getting ways like that nailed down. And then on to benchmark level 3, this is where you're really digging into formalized next steps, formal commitments from each party, funding sources, and public benefits that will result from the project. Knowing the timeline, next steps, overall project milestones, formal commitments from each party, and committed obligations and funding sources. So all that to say, I know all 3 levels of this are very broad. PPPs are very complex and very broad in general. Once a specific project, if it was to be presented to you, that's when you would really nail down into these questions, and more questions may come up as you do one of these. It's a little difficult right now to create criteria without example in front of you, but we're trying to. But all that to say, this is a living document. If you went through this process and thought, oh, wow, we really need to add some questions to these levels, that could be done. This is really just a base level for any project, and the questions will vary based on the specific project being presented to you. That is all I have.
Thank you, Lexi. Very thorough. Anybody have any questions for Lexi or for Lori?
Just process questions. So it's great to hear the criteria, things like that, or a living document. I can imagine that, things change as you actually get presented with something, but I think it's nice to have sort of a framework going into any discussions. Yes. So I think that looks really good. So the motion here is basically, if we don't have any more feedback on it, to basically adopt this document as sort of the template for you guys going forward. Right?
Yes.
I will point out that the select board has anticipated this document and wanted to have it in place before considering any big projects that might come their way. So.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The anticipation of this document was not clear to me.
I can articulate. It has to do with the Briggs redevelopment project. And before the select board wanted to seriously discuss that matter with the potential developer, they wanted to have this in place.
Yeah, I was vaguely aware of it. Let me restate it that way. I think this is definitely the right the right path. I appreciate the incremental but reiterative pathways through the benchmarks. I expressed some overall concerns and general comments that I had concerning the criteria being more well-defined to help ensure fair, equal, and transparent treatment of prospective partners. I've seen rubrics where it's too heavyweight and they become very cumbersome and tedious, and then you realize that they're impractical. So I do think that flexibility is part of this, but I think there's a sweet spot, and my hope would be to improve something that is a little bit more there's a little bit more clarity around some of the criteria. And some of my questions get at that. And because of this afternoon's site visit, I think I received your questions without, I received them without, or responses rather, without adequate time to digest the responses. I think we're on the right track here. I would like a little more time to enhance this, to refine it. But if it's the will of the board to move ahead tonight, then I understand. I think the idea that it has to be a living document is important as well. So, thank you.
Can I ask a clarifying question on what ideas you have around? If you have any ideas on how you would amend this document, or what you were thinking of in those lines?
Sure.
You don't have to answer now. I just was curious.
I do have some ideas, and I think some of them are in the questions, and some of the questions weren't clear enough, so that I think the responses were not clear on this question in one or two cases. And I think it's worth going through. Some of my questions were generated by looking at the World Bank checklist for private partner public-private partnerships. Which seems like, World Bank might be a little bit overkill, but there's a lot of stuff that you can easily ignore. And then there's some really interesting points that were the basis of some of my questions, which I think would be helpful sort of fleshing out. So I guess the specifics are in my questions, and some of them weren't quite clear enough to get answers to. I don't know if that helps.
No, thank you.
And Eric, I would like to know, I don't know if you saw this, but in benchmark level 1, I know a specific question you had was basically saying, relating this project to a town strategic document, town plan, et cetera. That's definitely a question we're going to add to this. And like we said, living document, I think as you get presented with an example, it will be easier to then come back and revise the criteria, possibly, just because having an example will really help know what did we hit, what did we miss, and we need to fill in the gaps.
So you're actually recommending we still go ahead with the motion because it is a living document, because they're going to be making some additions or corrections, or
I think that's up to you really as the board to really give us guidance in that area.
Okay.
But that being said, we don't expect that these are the only questions that are going to be asked. If in level 1, it may be that we have a lot more information there, but it may also generate additional questions. It's almost like, somebody who's applied for a job.
Right.
You get their basic resume and then you ask more questions so that you can understand whether or not that particular idea is a fit. So I think there is flexibility in there if you're okay with that kind of approach, as a soft rolling into the process.
Okay.
Or if you feel that there are some specific items that you'd like to just think through a little bit more.
Okay.
And that is for you as a board to decide.
I
Is there any time urgency and around this?
Yes.
That's what David brings us here for.
So, yeah, I guess, okay, to rephrase the question, would there be any downside to taking a little more time so you are able to give us a revised version that incorporates some of the feedback from Eric and other members of the board if we send it to you? And then we vote on that at a future meeting?
Well, I don't want to short circuit the select board process. That being said, there are some timelines that you might want to hear from some individuals here and then make a decision on your own. I don't want to be the one to make that determination for you.
One bit of input I might have is that, again, the emphasis perhaps should be on the fact that it's a living document and we're not setting law here. We're just giving you guidelines that you can use as you see fit when you decide to measure any future proposal against these broad guidelines.
And I would like to note that Eric's feedback will be incorporated into the document. I didn't make the changes since you all had already received the documents, but it will be similar to how I came before you all 2 weeks ago with the rental inventory survey, got that feedback, and then we're rolling that out later this month. So similar to that process.
Thank you. I had one question about it.
Absolutely.
One thing that I wondered is, well, I had a couple different thoughts, which I don't think need to be addressed right now, regarding like, there's these 4 different scenarios. Does it make sense for them to be different protocols for like each scenario kind of has its own list of protocols because they are unique or have some characteristics that the others don't? But that's something that I don't think needs to be worked in right away and will also present itself as more projects come about. But the other thing that I think is a little more pertinent was I wonder if there is a trigger for public input, like if there is a large scale project, much like the one that we're looking at in downtown White River, where the board should consider engaging the public, or whether the applicant should consider engaging the public. In this case, I know that there have been some events, but yeah, I just wonder if there's a thought on that in the procedure.
Okay. So I think the process is one that is dynamic and particular to anything that comes before it. So there may be PPPs that don't fit very neatly into these boxes. There's also things that we're not going to know how to respond to them until it's something that's being proposed. And that in speaking with people who do this for a living, they actually assemble things. There has to be that kind of flexibility within it even from the get-go. And so the question is whether or not you will be able to come up with this kind of neat box. We're never going to get that. So, but that being said, I think that there's a lot of opportunity in the process to address some of your questions as we go along. And that being said, some of the decisions about what is discussed in public session are very much particular to either the flexibility of it needs to be spoken about in public session because it is not proprietary information, and then there is that opportunity that if it is proprietary, well, it's those proprietary things that are discussed, but ultimately it comes out into the public session at a select board meeting where decisions are being made. So, not knowing exactly what it is, but and part of it is, well, I think I just sort of touched on that, as much as we could. So,
thanks.
Yeah.
Okay. I think I'm still going to entertain a motion. And that motion would be to have the select board adopt the criteria document as what the town will use to consider. It's not stating in stone specific PPP proposals that may come forth.
Madam Chair.
Mike.
I move that the select board,
it's right here.
I move that the select board adopt the criteria document as the basis for what the town will use to consider specific public-private partnership proposals that may come forth.
I have a motion from Mike. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, Brandon seconds the motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Oh.
Was there a
You want some
discussion?
discussion? Go
I was
ahead.
anticipating an opportunity for discussion.
Oh, absolutely.
Just
Go ahead.
to, because I'm really torn, because some of my questions were unclear. So if I have an opportunity, maybe to speak to staff about them, and I don't know if the board feels uncomfortable with that, but I wouldn't mind an opportunity to follow up on a few of these things.
Communication should come through the town manager's office. I'm happy to forward them along.
Right, understood. I just wanted to circle back on a few of these things and make sure that we were on the same page, and if that's okay, then I'm on board.
Okay.
Perfectly fine with me.
Any other discussion? I should probably wait until Ashley comes back.
Anybody want to hear a joke?
Yeah, it's a good one.
I shared this at stand-up the other day. If at first you don't succeed, don't take up skydiving.
Good one. How many people roll their eyes, John?
Most.
So does anybody have any ideas about, maybe Nick should be included in this, why we're having problems with AV tonight, only on certain parts of the meeting? I think there are ghosts in here or something.
If you have dead mics, loud AC, low talkers, and we had a lot of low talkers.
Including Mike. Len always says, Mike sits way back.
I'm leaning back. I'm certainly not a low talker. But I get it.
It's a perfect storm.
He's got a pretty good low voice. Welcome back, Ashley. We're waiting for you.
Oh, great. Oh, great.
It's okay.
Sorry.
It's okay.
We need to get tissues in here in addition to the AV setup.
Okay, we have another discussion question, maybe. Colin?
I appreciate that there may be some urgency, and I'm pretty excited about thinking about the town getting involved in something like a public-private partnership proposal. Was that the 4 Ps that you used a minute ago?
You got it.
I was trying to think of how I could add a couple more. We'd have Peter Piper.
Picked a peck of
Yeah.
pickled peppers.
I think without having done my homework, listening to Eric express a little bit of concern about not moving too fast, it seems like I don't think there's anything wrong with you voting on motion, voting in the affirmative on the motion that's in front of you right now. But it seems like if you're going to have a special meeting for anything, you probably want to have a workshop where you delve into PPPs in a little greater detail, so you have a little better understanding. So when something is coming at you in the not too distant future, you've got a little better sense of how it looks and how it will fare when the mere mortals that inhabit the town get wind of you doing something new and different. So there needs to be a little bit of public education, perhaps. And I think you probably need to have a little more discussion at the board table before you go very much further into committing the town to something specific.
Thank you, Colin. Okay, we have a motion on the floor and a second. Any other discussion questions before we vote? All right, actually, I'll start with Ashley.
Aye.
Aye. Mike?
Aye.
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 Okay, and I vote aye. Wasn't sure, so I wanted to do a roll call vote. So we have a unanimous vote, 7-0. Thank you very much, Lori and Lexi.
Yes.
Appreciate it. I'm sure there'll be more questions coming your way. Okay, and now we have the update on economic development chapter of the town plan.
Okay, there, we have a presenter on there, Jason Godfrey. Could you make him a presenter?
Still stuck at the airport.
I don't quite know. For your, there are copies in the back of the town plan for the economic developments chapter, if people want that for reference. There's a few copies back there and might need to share. And the presentation, okay, is coming up. Just a minute. Okay, here we go. Jason, are you ready? It looks like you're ready.
Yeah, all good.
Good, and we can hear you and you can hear us. That's great. Okay, so I'd just like to introduce the topic this evening. As many of you know from past discussions, in 2022, we wanted you to do a grant. You said, good idea to update the town economic development chapter for the town plan. And we use those funds to hire Better City, which is an economic development consultant. The representative this evening is Jason Godfrey. And he, along with his staff, assisted the town in this process. And that began in early 2024. Some of you may have participated in that, and we'll go through kind of the particulars of that. But what I want to just sort of start with is going over the agenda. And really it is, we'll talk a little bit more in detail about the purpose of the chapter itself. We'll do an overview of that process. And then we're going to start to dig into the strategies that are the result of that. What we're going to present this evening is an overview of it, but the details that covers the components of the town plan update. But again, there are detailed copies in the back if you'd like to do that. And also it is attached to the document for the agenda for people at home. So when we're talking about the purpose of the ED chapter update, sometimes people think of economic development and the first thing your mind goes to is marketing. But that's sort of maybe one of the outcomes of what you would do or the strategies. But for the purposes of the chapter update, the overall purpose is really setting in motion a strategic economic development direction for the town. Something that you put in place today leads you into the future, into the mid-century, middle future. And what do you want to see when you're walking down the street in 15 or 20 years? That's what we're talking about here. It's not just what are we going to do tomorrow? It's what are we going to do today to get us to 15 to 20 years down the line. And so in looking at that, you really have to take into consideration 4 different components, which is looking at what our current economic conditions are, understanding what our community needs are, examining the local circumstances versus the national, state, and regional trends that we see, and then putting it all in place through a seriously thought through strategic actions. So the end goal really is that strategic roadmap that's going to take you through those years between now and 15 to 20 years from now. And we want to make sure that it's based on some specific goals. Those goals lead you into objectives. And then there's a potential range of strategies that are a result of looking at each of those categories. And there also is a clear connection between the housing and economic development. We know that, we see it every single day. But we also recognize that that's being handled in a separate section within our town plan. And we'll be coming back to you with that as part of our long-term process and doing the update for this section as well. And so we're not going to get into that, but very much, but just recognizing, as we all do, that housing And having adequate housing is a critical component of having a successful economic development strategy for the town. So on that note, I'm going to hand it over to Matt. He's going to give you a bit of an overview on the process that we've gone through. And then Jason Godfrey, our consultant, team leader on this, will then take you through the rest of the plan itself.
I just wanted to start with a little bit more background information. Better City is an economic development consultant. They've done work all around the United States. They have worked in New England. They actually did the economic development strategic plan for Bangor, Maine. When I called Better City's references, they were all excellent, and they all said much of the same thing, which is always good to hear. As Lori had mentioned, they started work in early 2024. They did economic research and they reviewed past plans, which is an important part of getting up to speed with our community. And then regarding the process, there's been significant and high quality input from the community that has driven this public process. We started with an ad hoc steering committee that worked with the staff and the consultant. We had all members of the Planning Commission were invited. We had a member from the Energy Commission, Select Board, Vital Communities, Two Rivers Ottaquechee Regional Commission, and the Chamber of Commerce, an important partner. The steering committee met a total of 6 times between last winter and the fall. And Better City arrived in town on March 13th and hit the ground running, proceeding with a whirlwind of activities over a 48-hour period. And it's rather ironic that Jason is an avid runner. That started with a driving tour of Hartford in day 1, a focus group with developers, a focus group with small business owners. Day 2, there were stakeholder interviews in the morning. There was a focus group with the Hartford Area Career and Technology Center students in late morning. And there was a focus group on organizations in the afternoon, and that was followed by a community forum that evening. And then day 3, there were additional interviews, which ended up being a total of 19, including all the select board members, and a debriefing with staff. That was followed by a community survey that was open for several weeks last spring, and we had a total of 139 people participating in the survey, which we thought was very good. And then during the summer, there was a second community forum. Next slide. This is a timeline of the project to date. And you can see on the second line, highlighted is the draft chapter presentation to the select board. That's what we're doing here. We want to get input from the select board as well as the public. This is our 3rd community forum on the economic development chapter. And this isn't the last one. We're going to go back to the community, have another community forum to discuss the economic development chapter, the housing chapter, as well as the Parks and Recreation section of the community facilities and services. And at this point, I'd like to introduce Jason Godfrey of Better City, who'll walk you through the plan.
Excellent. Well, thank you, everyone. Good evening and happy tax day. Just want to confirm you can all hear me.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. I'm in a airport lounge, so I hope there's not a lot of background noise. I want to start with a couple just side notes. First of all, listening. I've been to several of your select board meetings, and listening to the way that you conduct yourselves, the respect, the kindness and consideration and thoughtfulness that goes in all all your considerations and discussions is incredibly it just renews my confidence in American and democracy. It's just really great to see the way you conduct yourselves. I just want to give you a little, I go a lot of town council meetings, the city council meetings, and you're exemplary. I want to give you a shout out for that. Also, Lori and Matt are fantastic. They've been so amazing to work with, and it's purposeful and intentional that they presented the first pieces of this because this is their plan and we facilitated it. We as the consultants have facilitated their plan, and we've been very involved in every step of the process, and it's been very hands-on and really a community-driven process. So want that to be clear. This is not like a pro forma, copy paste plan. This is 100% a Hartford plan facilitated by us as the consultants. There's some really exceptional things about the town of Hartford. One is this up in the upper left-hand corner here. There's a lot going on in this chart, but really, the residents are very satisfied with the community. People live in Hartford for a reason, and we'll talk about why. But that's the first thing to understand is that your residents really like living here, and they're here for a reason. And the reasons are on the right-hand side, which is Parks and Rec are by far, a compelling reason why people live. It's really the outdoors, the environment, and the culture that really drives people's satisfaction why they love living here. What are the priorities for economic development? Lori mentioned economic development is soup to nuts. It's a wide range of things. So what are the priorities? What are the things that are most critical for the town to focus on? And small business support was far and away the most important criteria or area that they thought needed the support of the town. Workforce was kind of related. How do we get better workers? How can we train current people to upskill them? And those are the areas that really resonate with the community. So in terms of the public process, I'll go through these slides a little bit quickly, but what were the key takeaways? Well, no surprise. Obviously, spoiler alert, housing was a big concern, right? And the story mentioned, that's kind of the elephant in the room, but that will be handled by the other. So we knew that was a big challenge for economic development, but that's obviously handled by another effort. High paying jobs and workforce development, that kind of two sides of that workforce development. How can I progress as a person and a business, and how can I better train employees? A lot of discussions around infrastructure, specifically around multimodal transportation, how to make it easier for people to work in the community and be in the community without necessarily having to land on cars. And then a lot of interest in community facilities. Again, people live in Hartford for a reason, and you want to double down on that. I would like to see it become a better place to live and recreate and have a great standard of living. Matt talked about the focus groups, and it's interesting to see that there's really different points of emphasis for each of them. The small businesses really thought about branding and tourism and how to create more traffic. The organizations looked at amenities and parks and how to bring the younger generation into the conversation and how to collaborate better as organizations and create a better ecosystem. And frankly, the ecosystem is already really good. It's really impressive how well your organizations and nonprofits and different entities work together for the betterment of the community. And along those lines, the amount of community engagement, the civic engagement and civic passion is just incredible. The community forum was super well attended. 139 respondents for the survey was, way beyond our expectations. And just every time we had a focus group, is really well attended. People are really passionate about their community. The real estate developers were trying to understand the ecosystem and what the challenges are. And again, they talked about housing a lot and the challenges in bringing about affordable housing. So as you look ahead, what over a longer window, housing, of course, but diverse job opportunities and accommodating growth while maintaining the core character of the community. So the key strategies, and I want you to know these are very much unique to Hartford. That these are 100% round up, reflective of what's really important to the community, and making sure that whatever happens from an economic development standpoint makes Hartford a better version for the residents. So these are the 5 areas. We'll go over them in a little bit of detail. And obviously there's greater detail in the actual report. The format of the report is, or the chapter is, there's an overarching goal. So what's the meta objective? What are we trying to accomplish? And then the objectives and specific categories within that. So here's the overarching goal, and then there's some objectives that are different categories, different pieces within that, and then strategic actions. And we were very intentional, Matt and Lori and our team, about, look, we don't want 150 recommendations. If everybody's special, nobody's special. And we said we can't do everything. There's got to be focus. There's only so much bandwidth. There's only so many resources. We've got to make sure that the overall goals are, finite, and then the strategies within those goals are doable, are important to the community, and have resources. So those are the key indicators. And then in each case, there's metrics on how to measure how we're doing in each of those, on each of those objectives. So the first topic is identity and positioning. Now, it's really easy to come in and say, oh, you need branding, and think of it from a marketing and tourism standpoint. We kind of rejected that because I'm not sure tourism is really who you want to be. That's a nice ancillary way to support your existing businesses, but I'm not sure that there's really no appetite for anyone to say we want to become the tourist capital of the Norfolk Beach, right? When we talk about identity and positioning, the specific objectives are to understand at a very detailed level what Hartford is, what's important, and then to make sure that translates into policy. So, give you a sense of pride, competitive advantage, but really it's about this. The goal is to establish this really clear, articulated vision that drives a policy. So the first step is an identity statement, which honestly, there's been enough public input over the last little while with the different groups. You can just look at that and it's really crystal clear. This is a community that really understands what it wants to be, a broad consensus about what Hartford is and what people like about it. So take that, make it into an identity statement, and then create a communication plan where we say, all right, how do we make sure this becomes codified and we communicate this broadly so that everyone knows here's what we're about. And then we work on policy alignment. And that's things like zoning regulations. That's things like, the PPP is a great one. We'll talk about that in a minute. But how do your town policies reflect this identity? Give an example. Would you want to see a Walmart in Queechee? I don't think so. That doesn't seem consistent with your town identity, right? Where's that codified? Where's that identified? What about steel mill? Let's put a steel mill welder. That doesn't feel right. So it's maybe taking the step to codify some of these things to make sure that the policies are reflective of the identity. Okay. Is there a comment or question on that?
Sounds like you've sized up Queechee pretty well.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But that's great steel mill town, right?
I would just say to that point that, yeah, I agree that we don't want to see like a Walmart in White River, but I do want to see a place that people could get basic things that they need. And I want to acknowledge that like a lot of people can only afford to shop at Walmart. So that's I feel like that's a big challenge we have economically, is that we really struggle to provide that kind of business to folks because a small business just can't compete with their prices. So it's sad.
Well, it was interesting. So that's a really great insight. And so we put a question in the survey asking about retail. How do you feel about the retail environment? And people were fine. That did come exactly. It was really surprising. Well, because you have to go across the river to really do a lot of your shopping. And I think that's a trade-off the community is willing to make. We love our community the way it is. We'll go ahead and commute and you guys can have the suburbia stuff. what will be super cool. We've got White River Junction and, you know, Queechee and really cool things. So an interesting, it was an interesting finding from the survey. Glad you pointed that out. And along those lines, the next topic is village centers. So back in 2012 or 2011, 2018, there was some visioning exercises done for each of the individual villages. And we looked at them, they're pretty good. They're really they're unique to each of them. You know, West Hartford is different than Wilder, and they have pretty good visions for what to put there. But then, you know, it's 2025 and there hasn't been a lot of progress. So we thought, okay, the concept here is excellent to create localized little hubs, because there's a pretty significant geographical distance between the different villages, right? So create a hub that's cultural and a little bit economic, and creates a sense of pride in, okay, welcome to West Hartford. You know, this is our place, our sense of place. And so we thought, okay, the first thing is create identity. Second is incrementalism. So not necessarily bulldoze everything and do it in a day, but figure out a process that works and make it, you know, make progress. And then also consider mobility and accessibility and how to integrate the different villages. So the goal would be to establish a procedural framework. So, you know, we looked at, all right, what's the gap? What was the gap between these plans? Are really pretty good, the vision plans, and execution. And so all these 6 steps you see here are about that, creating village ambassadors who, okay, I represent Queechee, you know, have them kind of have a formal process where there's someone who represents Queechee to the select board and says, we want to move forward in this way. And then have a specific, these are ways that the town or the county or the state can help you towards your goal of creating a town center, right? But have an application process, and here's what we want to see happen next. Okay, great, we can support that. Or here's a better way to go about it. But give them a path to fulfilling these visions. So it goes from just, you know, right now it's at the conceptual level. All right, what's the next step? How can we help you? What's the next thing we can do to move forward towards that? I'm really gratified to see the discussion about the private-public partnerships. You'll see that was our 6th recommendation. And it has implications for White River Junction immediately. But I think in general, it's really important to have a principle-based approach to these public-private partnerships, which is exactly what you've just done. And then when they come, you say, okay, you know, it's based on these criteria that we'll evaluate projects. If you look at how your villages and how your town was built originally, there was a lot of public investment, you know, whether it was infrastructure or the downtown. And communities that succeed in the 21st century will be those who utilize TIF and private-public partnerships and just really take an aggressive approach to helping build their communities again. And I must say that Lori and Matt are incredibly impressive in that balance of being aggressive, being progressive in the way they use TIF and these different tools to make things happen and be catalytic, but also being responsible. I was really impressed with the balance they have in using the tools that are available and making things happen. Any questions or comments on town centers or village centers?
You're getting nods.
Okay. Okay. Okay, the next strategy is the nature economy. And okay, clearly from the resident interviews and interactions, people live in Hartford because they love nature, they love the trails. They're out with Matt riding their bikes on the trails. How does that impact economic development? Well, this is a really interesting study we found, which says that quality of life is a bigger determinant of business success and business growth than the business environment, the quality of the business environment. So in other words, this next slide shows this. 87% of corporate executives consider quality of life when they're choosing a company location. You know, people go to where they have a high quality of life, and you see that picture that's there, and that screams quality of life, right? What you have is amazing, and so doubling down on that and just making it that much better is a really great path to becoming a more desirable business location. And these are nationwide. This data that you see here. So if 86% nationally prioritize recreational amenities, I mean, in Hartford is, even more than that. So you're already fantastic. How to make it better? This was one of those areas where there's all kinds of directions you could go, and you could say, "Oh, we're going to prioritize the natural economy and strengthen our access to nature." And there's 40 different things you could do. But we talked about it. We said that's not strategic planning. That's just like wishing, right? We need to have something specific and just pick a starting point. What's the next thing we can improve? And through a series of discussions, it was the access to nature that was the lowest hanging fruit to make the biggest impact. And maybe especially the rivers. You've got amazing rivers, but the access is somewhat limited, and it's kind of you have to know situation. So doing feasibility studies and design work to say, how do we improve access to the rivers, and what public amenities can we create that just really amp the quality of life? And we've seen these kinds of improvements just renovate and invigorate communities and spark their economies. So we're big proponents of, you've got nature, just make the trails more accessible, make the river more accessible. And that would be one of the best things you could do for your economy.
Can I interrupt for a moment?
Yes, please.
This is Ida. I just want to underscore that point. I really feel passionately about the rivers being such a wonderful resource, and that there's so much potential in terms of how our town could improve access to rivers. And I enjoy the White River. It's one of my favorite things to do in the summer, and it's not a very well-known, it's just not a very accessible. I think you're completely right. You sort of have to know where to go and what to do, and there's not a lot of public access, and it's just a missed opportunity because our rivers are so beautiful, and they could really enhance everyone's enjoyment of nature in the town. So just wanted to concur with that finding.
Thank you, Ida. And there's a lot of discussion about flooding and river heights, and okay, we're not saying it's not without challenges, but if there's a way to just improve that public access, especially not necessarily for tourism, maybe a little bit, but really just for quality of life, would be huge. Okay, creative economy. So Vermont is, one of the states in the nation that really does best with the creative economy. 93% of the employers' employment is in creative firms. It's 3% of the GDP. It's just a really critical part of the state's economy, and there's just a broad understanding of its importance. And of course, Hartford is within the Cornerstone Creative Community, so there's regional resources available to help assist with the creating a more creative economy and leveraging that. So the goal is to strengthen it. What you're good at already, do even better. I mean, the White River Junction is fantastic. That is such a cool place and such a cool scene, and the cartoon school and the theaters, and you have glass blowing up in Queechee. So many wonderful things you got already that this becomes your identity, right? And so just doubling down on that and figuring out how to make what you're already amazing at just a little bit better. And so, creating a creative economy steering committee that really says, all right, focus. What's the next step? What's the next thing we can do to improve our creative economy? And then inventory mapping. So what do you have? What's out there? And what are the gaps? And so, if we have these educational programs that are available through the CCC, through the state, we have these people that need it. How do we marry them up? And just making sure that you're really hitting on all cylinders with that. That was one of the things as we talk to people in this economy now, in this ecosystem, is we like to be more connected. We'd like to have more synergies and understand what other resources we can bring to bear to make Hartford just the standout, frankly, the standout in Vermont for this cool, local, authentic art scene. Questions or comments on that?
I think we're all.
The nodding, okay. I can't see the nod, so I'll go with that. This is really interesting. This graph on the right is impossible to see, but what we did is we said, all right, take loans to businesses that have annual revenues of less than $1 million. So small businesses. So the total number of loans per capita, and that's what the bottom line is. And Hartford has 2.5 times more loans to small businesses than Vermont. Vermont's a small business, mecca, right? And more than US in general. So Hartford has a regional competitive advantage in small businesses. You are a nexus for small businesses that have creative aspects with technology. Another data point is this one: 46% of your residents have graduate degrees or bachelor's degrees, and frankly, that was reflected in our in the interactions we had, whether it be in the community forums or interviews. Hey, a lot of smart people in your community, just a lot of really talented, smart people. And so this is something that can really be leveraged, that you have this wealth of skilled people, not just in education, but in woodworking and furniture making and glass blowing, just all kinds of interesting artisan kind of pursuits. So you've got high skilled people in a wide variety of disciplines, and proximity to world-class institutions, right? You've got a lot going for you. So how do you take this raw material, which was in the 21st century, the most important raw material is not river access or coal or steel, it's people, right? The 21st century will be owned by communities who have people who generate ideas and create things, and you got that in just buckets. So how to reduce commutes, because the vast majority of your people are commuting long distances every day for work. So how to create more jobs locally, and how to foster this innovative economy. So there's resources out there. So it's an audit of, all right, what are the resources? Who can provide what? What non-traditional spaces like libraries can be utilized to create makerspace or to create co-working space, or what kind of public facilities can we utilize to help foster this culture and this ecosystem of innovation and entrepreneurship, and then maybe dedicated shared maker spaces. So really identifying what's out there from a state level and from regional level, and then how that can be leveraged with a lot of local emphasis and local just strategic involvement to make sure that your innovative economy grows even more. Remember, on one of the number one thing that the citizens, the residents said that the town should be working on is supporting small businesses. So this is really centered around, all right, how can we do that? How can we use what resources are out there to make sure we're growing this economy that's so central to who we are? It's actually already a strategic advantage. So that concludes the presentation, or the summary of our recommendations. Would love to field any questions.
Okay. I know it's a late hour, so
Fair.
we try to. We are looking for any thoughts or comments or suggestions for changes or additions or so forth. Before we go into the community meeting, this is an opportunity to get that feedback from you. So I don't know if anything comes to mind about the recommendations or the approach that's being taken. But certainly those are things that we would welcome from the select board or anybody in the community for that matter that hasn't, thought on that as well. But this is kind of the meeting before the meeting.
Mike, sorry, Lori, just move your mic.
Yeah, a meeting before the meeting is what this is intended to be. We'd like to touch back with the select board before we go into our next phase with the community meeting. And that community meeting will be broad. And it's the informal touching with the with the community to see if there's any need for changes or adjustments in the draft document. And we will make those adjustments and then we will launch into the formal adoption process. And we'd like to get as much feedback as we can before we do that because we have to meet specific criteria in terms of days it gets warned for the planning commission to consider the document. And if that gets passed on to the select board, there are certain prescribed warning periods. And if something doesn't fit right and gets changed, then we have to start that process all over again. So we're trying to, as much as possible, we recognize this is not always the case, to get that feedback upfront.
If not tonight, Lori, how much time would the select board or the members of the public have to provide feedback from tonight's presentation?
Over the next month would be good. We have some work that we could pull together. Certainly the sooner that you can get it to us when it's fresh in your mind, I think that's probably the best thing going forward, but certainly don't hesitate. And again, pass it on through John and he'll get it to us.
Yes. I'll just say that I think this is a really excellent process. It's, seems like the consulting relationship went really well and you had a excellent partner with Better Cities. And I remember the community forum at the Bugby Center and it was very engaging and the public was super engaged. And I think one benefit that I'm noticing from this process is to work with a consultant like Better City that works with many different municipalities. We really get to have some of our uniqueness and strengths reflected back to us as a town. And that's nice to hear because, we live here, we know why we live here, but you don't really, have that comparison to other cities as directly as a consultant that is really going through this process on multiple different places. So I think that this is one instance where, and I believe this is probably funded by a grant that you secured, and yes, that was very well used to work with an expert consultant, and that shows. So,
right, yeah. And just to get back, I mean, Jason and his team has been very generous with their time, and I'm sure that their hours are way above what they anticipated originally when they put this bid in, and we do appreciate that.
I thought this was well done as well, and I thought, you had your finger on Hartford. I mean, having lived 23 years in Hanover, New Hampshire, and then moved over to Hartford, everything that I wanted that I couldn't get in Hanover was in Hartford. And so I think we have a very unique community and a very eclectic, diverse community in many ways. So I was really pleased with the presentation, what I read. The only thing that I might have an asterisk by at some point is I recognized when I was looking over the data about miles, to work and things like that, that of course, the 2021 was in the midst of pandemic. So you have to take that with a grain of salt.
Yeah, maybe you can touch on that because we did have that conversation back and forth.
Okay.
It's sort of the trends we're looking at as opposed to the hard numbers. Same thing we had with the housing piece of it, but Jason, maybe you can elaborate a little bit on that.
Yeah, it was, thanks for bringing that up. There's a lot of hand wringing. Look at that data because it was, there's a delay in the census data. And when we were running the numbers, you're right, it was just post-COVID and we had a lot of questions. So as Lori said, what we didn't take anything for face value, more like what is the trend? What can we learn from directionally where things are going? It'd be interesting to rerun them, or we might. If you have a couple specific questions, we'd be happy to rerun some charts for you and throw those in. So we've got better data now.
Thank you. Thank you, Lori and Matt. That's pretty impressive.
Yes, thanks.
Yeah.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
If I may. I have a few questions, if I may.
Maybe since it's getting so late, we should take up what John's suggestion was, that we email our questions or comments to John. He'll forward them to Matt and Lori. Does that sound okay?
I understand. I understand the desire to do that.
Sounds like you're torn.
I'm a little bit torn. And let me just ask one question, and then we'll see where we go from there.
All right.
So the reason I'm torn is because the opportunity to influence the content of the town plan, and specifically of this particular chapter, doesn't come up very often. The last update to the town plan was 2019, I believe, and the last update to the economic development chapter was
Well over 20 years ago.
there you go. Right. So I think we owe ourselves the opportunity here to be very forward thinking and to move slowly. I fully appreciate the process. The process that occurred in 2019 has been much improved. The content of what I see in this plan, I think is great. I do have comments mainly about things that I don't see. And so with that said, I can send those comments to staff. I didn't get a chance to this week because it was kind of a busy week. If that's the way that the board wants to go, or I can just sort of give a flavor of each of the sort of topics or questions that I have, or areas that we can just contemplate.
Minute? Yeah, that sounds like a good suggestion, Ida.
1 minute. Okay. So one of the concerns I have is about diversity in our economy and how AI will affect that. So there's so much unknown there. So having the most diverse economy is going to be really important. And part of that is representation from the trades, HVAC, electrical, carpenters, whatever. I don't see within the focus groups or other places real input from them or emphasis on them. In terms of ownership models, from my perspective, having a job is great. Being an entrepreneur is great. Having ownership or equity in some business is also important, and I think that is part of what we should emphasize here in Hartford. And then when you get into ownership models and how do we incentivize certain types of corporations over other types, or community trust and so on, the question that sort of pops to mind for me is, where are the leverage points that the town has to influence the economy? Basically, we're saying we're going to plan on the economy, but we need tools to influence that. So, one obvious one that that the town has discontinued is impact fees. But VSA 24 VSA 5205 makes pretty clear that you can use impact fees for a lot of different ways. They set it up as an incentive system. Another area is sustainability and growth. And then I'll 2 seconds on this, but from an economic sort of macro perspective, there's sinks and sources. Sources you extract from, and sinks you dump waste to. And in Hartford, we flow through it. We're not even taking care of our own trash anymore, right? It goes to Lebanon or it goes somewhere else. And most of we don't do any mining, or we do very little agriculture. So we're sort of a pass through. So when we look at sustainability, we're really completely dependent on other places to provide our raw materials and to take care of our waste, except the atmosphere. We use that collectively. So there's nothing in the plan that sort of says, like, how might we address this larger issue of being a more sustainable or developing a more sustainable economy, which is something since we have a sustainability coordinator on the staff now for 3.5 years or so, I would think that indicates some sort of value for that mindset. And I'll just leave it as that, but I think that's it's very unclear to me how our plans integrate. There's sort of this incoherence between this is the cool stuff over here, and then the sustainability stuff's over there. Like it's all one. It's all one, and I think it's a deficiency here, and I'm not entirely sure how to correct that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Eric.
But I'm happy to send more detail out via email and have conversations with staff via John.
Great. Anything else, Laurie or Matt?
No, that's great. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Jason. Yes, thank you,
Yeah,
Jason.
thanks, Jason.
Jason.
You're most welcome. It's been a pleasure.
Great.
Now you can leave the terminal.
Yeah. Either catch his flight or go home.
I think going home, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, I need water too. We'll take a 2 minutes.
You can set up and we'll be right back.
Oh,
in
yeah.
here for a while.
That comes a painful conversation.
We've got signatures we need on these tabletop documents, if you wouldn't mind. You're taking advantage of the break, stretching your legs.
And it says item.
Let me bring my pen over.
Sensitivity on this?
Quite sensitive, I'm afraid.
For both items, they're related.
Yeah,
F and G.
we have to either cut or fish or cut bait with respect to the program whose face is Casella. And if we want to make changes, the month of May and June would be very well spent communicating changes to the public. So what I had suggested, and Brian, correct me if I'm wrong, is that maybe we lay out the broad picture tonight.
Correct.
With maybe a decision teed up for the next meeting.
Correct.
Sounds good.
Correct. Correct.
Yeah.
And can I be added as a presenter?
Yeah,
Just
Nick,
to-
can we put you, Brian, as a presenter here?
Does Miranda do it?
Nick can do it, I think, or Miranda. I think
Okay.
Nick's on it.
Got it. Thank you.
I wasn't sure what should give this.
Do you want to give it to me?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the Admiral's hat that I mentioned.
Yes, yes.
You won't kill your police for admit that we were able to ID because they, because the person went, they ultimately.
I was like.
This person's now doing 20. You're about that tech that sits up the rope near where that kid got run over.
No.
I was about a couple of years ago. It was the same person that said it.
I was inspired because.
Before your time.
You're so much better than I thought they were gonna be. You're so good.
Okay, I think desperate
And I drank
times
this.
make things seem
And I drank
more.
it.
Happy man. And you can sleep at night?
Yeah, I wouldn't drink coffee.
Yeah. Yeah. You're gonna
Because
stay in the
meeting
meeting.
on time.
Yeah.
What was in the way? This is some what meetings.
I gotta get you out of there.
As well as school staff. That's why I said some education is important. If they acknowledge it and all this. But now, people need to realize. I say, because. I read up on the computer. That was yesterday. And that's why I know.
Last
I was
forever. When I feel bad about something else, I go back to.
So often, it's insane. And that included.
They have a little validation.
It's really nice too.
Like, if you see my.
I think it's a Maddox class equipment now.
Someone's good, even
Really
if
good.
censor directly online,
I have
social media that are not listening to. So you have. these different apps. I guess like Vermont.
Yeah.
They have multiple
In conjunction with Kate.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's who I forgot. This is like a sense.
I'm gonna pack up my stuff if you don't get any more food over there.
Oh, that's the.
So help yourself.
rather have
because
some tea.
I will take a look.
When we end up,
Yeah.
we're shooting out of here.
These things are so good.
I know they
Oh.
are. They're right. I eat them before I go to bed.
Oh, are
'cause I
those like
just-
sesame sticks?
There's rice and sesame and all.
Oh, a long
kinds of
day
other
today.
things. And
Yes,
that a neighbor made, so I can't vouch for it.
sorry, and thanks for your patience.
Oh, no.
It's just, yes,
Yeah.
like, I told everybody
John,
not
we
to
also
bring
have
anything for my
forest
birthday, but then the
warden.
neighbors,
Yes,
they
but there
brought
unfortunately there were too
tulips
few
and
spots, so I made a couple.
pansies and
Yeah.
chocolate eggs for Easter.
John, one village I,
Cupcakes.
when I was the administrator.
It'll work with as few as 4 signatures, of course.
Anyway, our meeting just.
And it snowed in the morning,
Huh.
but it's
Oh,
usually
so-
raining on my
Good
birthday,
Lord.
so.
Had a mayor walk out once he said it's midnight, with the illegal meeting, he walked out. So,
Okay,
all right.
you have a big audience here.
Yeah, I guess this clears the room, huh? Look at this. And it's probably gonna be one of the ones that has a major impact to the
know.
residents
Yeah.
of the town, right?
Yeah, I did want to apologize, Brian, for just this being so behind schedule.
No, that's
Thank
fine.
you for
It's
staying this
totally,
late.
totally understandable. Totally. So, as you know, for about a year now, we've been under the knowing that Casella was making changes to their, we call it curbside recycling. I've given it basically a different name because it is part of its curbside, but a lot of it is also centralized collection, especially for the condo units out in Cowiche. So a lot of it there is not curbside. So gave it a little bit of a different name, calling it residential, because it is just for residential recycling program. So the first part, talking to John, was we just wanted to give an overview of where we're at. And I was actually a very good learning process for me to go back in and take a look at it. So the first couple of slides just gave us just a general overview, right? As far as I can accurately say, we've been doing it for more than 20 years, but there's documentation has been going back farther than that. The Northeast waste before Casella bought them out, it gets kind of blurry at that time. And then plus also too, we didn't have too many financial records prior to 2004 from there to go into MuniSmart and take a look exactly what costs were and whatnot from that. So I don't know if that's when we got MuniSmart, but that was sort of kind of like my limitations of going back and trying to track cost of what that we had. This is not a new item. The select board commissioned a committee back in 2014, 2015 to take a look at this, and not just for recycling, but also for solid waste and basically the future of these programs in the town. And that is the 2015 Town of Hartford Solid Waste Committee report. The link is down at the bottom. If you haven't had an opportunity yet to go through that report, please do. A lot of the same issues that we're facing today were identified over 10 years ago. Okay. A couple of the highlights were that they identified at that time that not just looking at recycling, but also solid waste. I think what morphed
Solid waste is garbage.
Garbage. So solid waste is garbage. What I think morphed out of that, and I looked at the request for proposals and all the stuff that I could find there, is that the RFP that went out back then was for the recycling and then just for the solid waste for the picking up at municipal facilities. Our buildings here, but some of the libraries and whatnot, and from there. Getting into the RFP, I took that out. I didn't want to confuse it. So the RFP that we look at later is just for recycling. It does not include any solid waste cost. And also too, I mean, it goes back, it notes that at the 2015 town meeting, I don't know if it was its own article, but that the report states that, Curbside was reporting 7-1 right in or at the time by the voters. And then also too, 2012, I believe, is when the Vermont Act 148, the Universal Recycling Law, came into was adopted. But in 2015, they made a change to it where now that all commercial haulers had to also authorize recycling if they pick it up for you. So I have Casella. If we didn't have curbside recycling, they have to offer that service. So it's important to understand that if this program's discontinued, all of the small haulers would have to offer that to their current customers that they have now.
Can I ask, it says here at no charge.
The law has it that they can't charge it, but there's nothing saying they can't increase your charge for your solid waste collection, for your garbage pickup.
Right. And they could do that
Most
per
definitely.
individual, not
Correct.
per rate.
Correct.
Okay.
So you may see all of a sudden, if we discontinue, it may go up $15, $20, but that's just for the solid waste. Not to say they just can't put it like on your, when you get your invoice from them, there can't be a separate charge for recycling on there for that. So, as I said, in 2015, a RFP was issued. It was sort of kind of delayed a year, but anyway, it goes back to 2016. And there was a 5-year contract. A 3-year extension was done. And then currently we're working off of the second of 2 6-month extensions. And in meetings with Casella, they've made it adamantly clear to us that they would not continue with another extension at all, just so they could make their transfer to their automated collection trucks that they want to do with that. So.
Can I just make a point, Brian?
Sure.
That we met, several town leaders met with Casella a month and a half, 2 months ago. And we laid out for them the fact that their costs are beginning to spiral out of control. And we made it abundantly clear that we were hoping to get multiple bidders on our recycling contract. We changed our RFP to try to generate more interest. And we made it a not very subtle comment that at some point this program becomes unaffordable. So I believe that they were fully aware that we would be judging their bid very carefully this time. So we're left with the bid they gave us. So that's just a short interjection. They were aware that we were concerned about price.
Oh, most definitely.
Can I ask another question?
Sure.
Sorry, because this is another thing that I didn't quite understand in reading the packet. I'm not understanding what they didn't want to renew the contract, but then they're providing a different bid for the same service?
We'll get to that if we get to the RFP. I can show you that. I can explain that
Okay,
with that. in
but
there.
it is that they didn't want to renew
Right.
the same
Right.
framework. of
When we get into, if you get into the, I don't have it here, but if you look in the actual RFP and the documents I sent you, you'll see actually their bid
Yeah.
thing. You will see that they did not respond. They did no bid.
Oh, for the first.
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay.
So that's why when I developed the RFP, I had to develop it so all haulers, bigger, could do it, or they could also offer to where they want to go to using the carts or AKA the totes with the mechanical arm. So that's why there was the 2 options there for them to bid on that.
Okay, thank you.
So-
Sorry about that.
So what I wanted to do, like I said, this is just a lot of this is actually going through the invoices, the municipal, the finance records that we have. And I wanted to show the 2 different things here because for recycling, you have 2 costs. You have the processing cost, the collection cost, which is the actual individual driving up to your house, getting out of the truck, putting it in the back of the truck. And then the other cost we have is that once it gets to their facility on 4, then what they charge us for what's called the disposal cost. Now, the disposal cost includes, you'll hear the acronym, it's called ACR, but it's your average commodity rate. This is something that Casella, and we've had this conversation with it, they're going to start providing this data a little bit clearer because it's this number where they go out when they sell the paper, they sell the glass, they sell this to the commodity brokers to do it. So when we get that bill, they'll charge us, the current contractor, they'll charge us a set tonnage, a fee for tonnage, and then we get the credit for whatever revenue they got off of that. So that's why you see that great fluctuation in the blue line in between there, because it does change each year. The big dip in 22, if you take a look at it, is best we can say is that was COVID. There was a lot higher demand for packaging, cardboard especially. And so it was a higher premium. So that's where you see that fluctuation in that. The orange line shows your cost. And basically that's your collection cost. And like I said, I wanted to carry this out to the end of the fiscal year. So I just did make some averages for the last couple of months. So if we go to the next slide, this is a total of those two lines put together now. And as you can see from the beginning back in 2017 to where we're at now, we're almost at $130,000 increase in the program. You had budgeted 275 this year, so there's going to be a projected shortfall already that we're looking for. So this just gives us now where you've seen where recycling has gone over the years. Okay, it's had good years and it's had bad years in what it costs to residents to do it, but the upward trajectory is going to go up with the current proposal.
And that's largely driven by their own efforts to modernize their fleet.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. I added this in here, but when we started really, getting wind of this back in 2023, I didn't have any data on how many people actually use the program. So I asked Casella to go out and they did a couple of counts for us in December of 23. So it would have been not your peak season, not summertime where we have a lot of seasonal individuals in Queechee and whatnot like that. It would be more or less full-time residents, the people that are here during that time frame. And then just by chance last week, I actually going back and taking a look at the Muni, found some data that we had. And I just thought it was interesting to take a look at where we were in some of the first years of the contract, when we started doing this compared to where we're at today. So there has been a significant increase in the amount of people that are using the program.
Still only half.
Correct.
Of the
Correct.
town, though.
Correct.
It is borne out with a survey, which indicates that the people who filled out the survey are quite satisfied.
100% of them
are pleased with it.
Yeah.
So.
Casella, when they went out and did the residential usage, were they counting units or were they counting actual address? Okay.
Stops. So they actually literally had a guy with a clicker. I stopped here today. I stopped here today. I stopped here today. I stopped here today. And it was pretty consistent that the couple of week period that they did it for, you could see because, we have A weeks and B weeks with it, that it was pretty consistent, a few hundred, 220 to 250 stops a day that they were picking up for that. So.
Brandon, you had a question?
Right, thank you. I usually only fill up a full recycling bin every other time they come by, which is to say once a month. So I suppose that would, if everyone did that and everyone was using the service, it would still show roughly 50% usage, theoretically.
If depending the week, if you happen to be that week that they did the count, yes. And so.
Right. So it was only a single week that was counted.
There was a 2-week period where they did it from that. So that's a snapshot, but it was taken during a time where you would anticipate not a seasonal demand for recycling for that. So.
And a 2-week period would capture both the A and the B.
Correct.
Okay. So, right. All right. So I know that a lot of our population is older and maybe they live alone and maybe they don't fill up a recycling bin every time, like me. And so who knows? It could be that, they're stopping at 50% of houses every week, but a lot more percentage of the residents use it.
I would expect that number to be a lot higher in the summertime. When we have seasonal residents here, a lot higher.
It's an interesting question. I mean, I wonder if Casella would be willing to quote us a price to collect half as often as they do.
They're actually going to look to try to accommodate, to do economy of scale and go from every 2 weeks or every 1 week, right? They're looking to do. So also here's the survey. If you had an opportunity to take a look at the survey, I don't know, it's on the website. I just there, we wanted to have for everybody to take a look at it. So if you haven't taken a look at the survey, please do. We had like 499 people respond to it. And I think all of them said yes. So you got to know it's all people that are utilizing the service, that were the ones that responded to that. Out of that though, later you'll see some of the numbers. One of the things that came out is that we did ask a question of, if the program was discontinued, where would you go? And we gave them a bunch of options. One being our transfer station. So 52% said they would utilize our transfer station. So later you're going to see that 52% factored in to projected for costs, where, if we were to if the program was discontinued, I'm, taking that as an anticipation that we're going to get 52% of the users using the transfer station for that. So questions, if there's any other at this time.
I think we asked them along the way.
I guess the question really is, what are the alternatives that you can foresee for the average user if the program was discontinued? There's the transfer station that exists here in town. There's Lebanon that also handles recycling from outside of town, right? And then there's the private hauler who will, if you're already working with a private hauler, it would just be a matter of notifying them that you want them now to collect your garbage, and that might involve an increase in your garbage hauling cost. Is that about right?
Yep. Yeah, the survey, I mean, I think we had other ones in there too, that some people would do nothing or not sure. I think the greater concern you have to think about is that, would people stop recycling, right? Would they start, that's one of the things I put in the things to consider section, is that if it is discontinued, would people just start putting stuff in a trash can instead, not utilizing either. So.
Oh, yes, sure. Why don't you're gonna have to, so we can hear you.
Sure. What's the definition of residential? Is it all residences or multi-unit?
Yeah, the multi-unit condos, if it's a residential structure.
You're paying for the recycling to be picked up in a multi-unit condo?
Correct. Okay. Correct.
Thank you, Colin. Okay.
Go ahead, Heidi.
Heidi, go ahead.
Thank you, Miranda. Heidi Duto at River Junction. I have a few things I'd like to say. I did go and look at your survey. 96% said yes. That's 481 out of the 499. I'm one of those yes. Ashley lives right below me. I don't know if you took a leftward look as you went up the street this morning, but I had 3 bags of recycling and a box of cardboard out there. Myself, one person for 2 weeks. I heavily utilized the recycling. My driveway separates into 2 households, and my neighbor has hers right across from me. So that truck stops for 3 residents. So I don't know if we get 3 clicks or if we get 1 click. When that truck stops on my street, the driveway below me has 2 households, and the one below that, when they stop, they get 2 households. So I don't know if we get 7 clicks for 3 stops or if we get 3 clicks. My road gets, in 4 stops, they get 9 households between my house and Ashley's. This road does a lot of recycling over on Christian Street. I think it would be a disservice to Hartford to get rid of recycling. In the time that I have lived in Hartford as a homeowner, I have seen a lot of trash disappear off the side of the roads. If we get rid of recycling, you're going to see a lot more trash on the roadsides. Hartford is all about climate action plan, yet we're going to go backwards if we get rid of recycling. That's my personal opinion. I also believe that the taxpayers voted for recycling in this budget. I think it's a positive move forward. I think we're going to take a step backwards if we get rid of it. One other thing that I'd like to say is, I just lost my train of thought. It's late. Forgive me. I don't want to waste your time. Oh, I spoke to my trash hauler about this she stated to me, because they're a family run, I do not use Casella, that if the town of Hartford does away with this, my trash removal is going to go up, because they're going to have to raise the cost because they have to hire people to take away the recycling. So whether it goes in our taxes or we have to pay them to take care of it, someone's going to have to pay for it. We're going to end up paying for it. So I really hope and pray that you really take a look at this, because whether you own or you rent, we're still going to end up paying for it. And why are we going to put it in the landfill? Let's do the right thing, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Heidi.
So this gets now more into the current, where we're at with the program. Like I said, the primary reason was Casella is going to, for worker safety and also for efficiency. I don't know if they already utilize it, and they've been utilizing like an Enfield, and they're going to be starting it in Plainfield. It has the automated arm. It grabs it, the mechanical arm. It grabs your 96 or 64 gallon tote, dumps it into a bigger one, and then it puts it into the truck from there. They, like I said, they figure they can cut down from a 2-week cycle, from a 2-week doing it to a 1 week with efficiency for that, if they were to get this proposal. So that would be something later that we have to get about redoing the whole route system and stuff like that.
Meaning, can I just clarify?
Sure.
Meaning that they would do pickup every week.
Every week. Oh, no, every other week, but they would be able to do it in a 1 week period instead of a 2 week period.
Oh,
They can
Okay.
cover the time
see.
in half.
Correct.
yep.
With half the
Yeah.
effort.
Okay, gotcha.
So as we went through it, we asked for 2 different, scenarios, a 3 and a 5 year for that. And like I said, I had to break it out within the RFP for, like Heidi, the stops where you're stopping at a residence compared to what we especially have out in Queechee, where we have containerized, whether they be dumpsters, we have bins, we have whole smorgasbord of how recycling is put out. And so I just wanted to make sure with the RFP that we gave every hauler the opportunity to be able to bid on this. And so it wasn't just geared towards, say, a larger type of hauler with that. So now we get into the pricing. The top one shows the the 3-year contract. Now the first column, the collection cost, that is based, the first year is based off what came right from their proposal. Years 2 and 3, I did ask for what type of inflationary index they would use, whether it would be a percentage based or based off, if this is pretty normal, there's a CPI index you use for the Northeast for waste hauling. Casella did say that they would probably end up using that table. That table, the latest for the 24 was 5.1%. So I just factored in, and that'll fluctuate each year. So as you move on in the like 26, 27, and 28, you're just seeing that 5% increase in the contract that they put there for that. Processing costs, once again, it's going to come out. It was basically 140 once you got done with the ACR. They proposed, what was it, 172? I think they proposed 172, then it was 28 off of that. So the processing cost is based off of 535 tons a year that we get from that now. And then you factor in the ACR, what we anticipate getting back. I didn't put a percentage or an increase for that because that's sort of kind of the unknown. So I just wanted to have a fixed number right there. So your net processing cost goes up, which gives us our annual cost. And then I thought, how do we compare this? What's the matrix that we can try to use to compare this? And to me, it's basically our cost per ton, because that's how we track things at the transfer station. So if we wanted to do an apples to apples comparison of what's cheaper or what's the better benefit, it's the cost per ton that we get from there. So obviously the top one is the 3-year, and the bottom one, the same scenario, is for your 5-year contract for that. Which obviously you can see is it's fairly, if we were to take in the 26 budget, not knowing this, we budgeted $325,000. So right now, if we were to take it right now, we've got about a $240,000 shortfall.
Yeah.
In the budget.
I have an online comment.
So.
Okay.
Go ahead, Heidi.
I will be very brief. You said something about they were going to be using their armed trucks to pick it up. Is this something where they would be supplying the wheeled garbage cans like our individual carrier supply for our trash cans? Or would there also be a way that maybe if we had recycle trash dumpsters, but they're recycle dumpsters within the town in specific locations where we could take our recycling to, that would make it cheaper maybe for the town? Those are just my questions. That's it. I will not raise my hand again.
No, I mean, and that's a good point. So their cost does include them providing the totes. So that does include that. So that does include that in there. That concept you're talking about, I think we already sort of kind of have that at the transfer station already. Whether you're going to have big dumpsters someplace strategically put through town, I guess it's a novel approach, but it's not one that I don't think anybody's utilizing.
We
right
talked
now.
with several other
So-
towns again about our mutual concerns, and we even raised the idea of setting up our own fleet of trucks and processing all this recycling materials ourselves, only to conclude that that's just not viable. That's not the business we're in, really. But it shows you how serious we take these price increases. Of course, Heidi, nobody wants you to put your recycling in the garbage. We do have a transfer station that will accept recycling, and you have other options as well.
So the next slide just shows that breakdown of what the differences be for what we have budgeted for the upcoming year to where we're at now. And then I just tried to put together things to think about for you, for all of us, for you to think about, right? Things to consider. And I know the one thing that I know John had asked me, I probably could have worded it better, is bullet number 4. We don't offer zero sort, but is that something we consider to do just to make it easier for residents?
For example, in Pittsford, where I was town manager, we were one of the early adopters of zero sort. And instead of having 7 different places to drop off different materials, you put it into one hopper, and then Casella took it and separated it all out.
Right. Yeah. And I guess one of the thoughts with that too, though, is if we did go to zero sort, John, I wonder if Casella would be the only individual that would pick it up, right?
Right.
So this is just where, right now, what we have right now, where you break it down, it offers the smaller haulers too the ability to do that too. And the other thing is, we're offering, I wanted to have the small haulers be able to do, like Heidi said, we have people that put it out in carts, right? You'll see a little wagon, they put their recycling out in, right? So we wanted to have that opportunity that everybody could still do it the way they're doing it today, compared to going to a tote system and going from there. The other thing too is I wanted to just get is the impact it's going to have on the transfer station. And I did, I know Mayor, you had asked that question. I did just run some quick numbers. From what I can see, I would anticipate hiring at least one more full-time individual. Okay. And I ran some numbers for processing and taking that 52% I told you about of what Casella, 52% tonnage for that to what we currently do. And I think we would probably be around the $300 a ton range for us to do it at the transfer station. Now, I did include in there some one-time cost of about $60,000. We would need to get we're down to one trash compactor. I would need another compactor. a forklift to help move stuff around. So probably about an extra $60,000 in equipment cost.
And how
Up of-
many tons did you say on average per year? 500?
Right now, the transfer station's doing about 247 tons. Like last year, I just had to send the reports into the state. So we did about 247 tons in recycling of the different materials.
What does Casella do for us?
535.
535, yeah.
So that's where I took that 52%, added it to what we already did. And then figured out that it's would be about $300 a ton. Our cost if we were to do it and pick up the additional load and the processing of that.
And so Brian, what you're hoping for is that now that you've given this overview, that we meet in 2 weeks' time again, at which time we hope that the select board will give some guidance as to how they'd like us to move forward, keeping in mind that if any changes are anticipated, that would still give us May and June to notify customers of any changes. It also gives us time to evaluate how things might be changing at the transfer station if changes were made. So we can do some more analysis between now and then.
And the last slide just references this meeting that we had, the joint meeting and the email, John, that we had gotten from Shannon. that you
Yeah,
wanted
I
to
think
include.
everybody should take a look at that Exhibit C, which is a very interesting email from the state's Department of Environmental Conservation, which goes out of their way, really, I think, to suggest that it's appropriate that we would look at alternatives since we don't have to do things the way we're doing them.
And then also too, I mean, there's been other conversations in regards to the facility itself, right? We've done the feasibility study, we've done this. So how does that impact other future decisions that you might be making in regards what type of system do we go to? Do we take a look at, you talk about the PPE, privatization of it, going to different type, if we increase that, what we're taking off the street now to putting down to the transfer station, how does that impact any potential there too?
So this decision will impact decisions about how to use the transfer station.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
I have a question. When you say that you didn't really consider it a serious option for us to have our own truck and do our own collection, because we're not in the business of that. What did you have any rough sense of the costs of that? I mean, I know quite a lot of municipalities collect their own.
No, I hear what you're saying. No, the Upper Valley towns with whom we met on several occasions discussed the possibility of a pooled, I don't know if you want to call it a utility or a pooled approach to recycling. And for a variety of reasons, I think people sensed that that was probably more than we had the bandwidth to pull off without some other bureaucracy being established.
So we haven't investigated it just on our own, but through a conglomerate of towns.
Yes, we've talked with Hanover, we talked with Lebanon, we talked with Norwich. And I think there might have been a couple other towns. Enfield had expressed concerns.
Woodstock was part of.
Woodstock, I think, participated in some discussions, but very preliminary.
Brandon, when I got into this back in 2000, at that time, in New York, a lot of the municipalities did do their own pickup. And that's when the transfer started happening to privatizing it, just due to the cost. And one of the things too was people don't realize, but that job title carries the highest workers' comp rating for injuries. So there was a lot of reasons why, municipalities 25 years ago started to get out of that business. But it could be a shift now to where the private side is getting a little bit more pricier than you can do it in-house. But that's a big lift to take back and take a look at what we're going to do now, taking on additional staff, taking on the equipment to do that. That would be a couple of year venture to build out.
Intermunicipal agreements are hardly even viable for some things as simple as sharing a wood chipper, because there's no county government of any real size or extent in Vermont. Every town kind of likes to chart their own destiny. So they're very reluctant also to kind of enter into group approaches beyond town lines, for better or worse.
Right,
Especially
let's say-
state lines.
Right, let's say we charted our own destiny
Hmm.
and just went it alone.
Hmm.
I'm just thinking, like, how much does one of those, and I'm sorry if this is a tangent, but let's say
No,
one of
it's a-
those trucks with the arms costs,
$500,000.
okay, $500,000. That's the price of 1 year
Yeah.
worth of,
Mhm.
and that vehicle lasts, what, 10 years, something like this?
I think, yeah, you could get 10 to 15 years out of
Like,
it.
obviously, we'd have to hire a staff member or two, but like, we'd have to do that in many of the other scenarios as well, so.
But then the one that really gets into it is that what do we do with the product afterwards? How do we
Yeah.
market it?
That's
I need to have, we've got to establish those relationships. So I think you have some like Northeast Kingdom does it. You have the municipal districts. If we're going to go that route, then I think we really should really take a look about not being our own district anymore and start partnering with the greater Upper Valley Solid Waste District in doing that.
And you've got
because-
this kind of image of the boat leaving the shore with 1 foot on shore and 1 on the boat. Casella needs to know whether we've accepted their bid, right? Pretty timely. And at the same time, if we're talking about setting up a district, that could take some considerable time.
Yeah, we wouldn't have time to do all that now. Yeah, I think the bids that I put in there for 60 days, that they hold their prices for 60 days. But I think if you discontinue it, it's more so getting, we just got to do the public relations. We got to get the information out. I use Casella. Would I pay the extra $10, $15 a month for it? Probably, just for convenience factor. But if you take a look at the survey, quite a few people do use haulers out there. Would they pay that extra money? We won't know that until it happens, right? Until whether the people are going to be willing to do that.
And it's not about us just not wanting to do this. It's about what's a good value for the taxpayers. Are they getting a good value?
I was wondering if between now and the next meeting, when we're making a decision, if there's any plans to be in conversation with small haulers. Because I'm just wondering the impact that they're expecting this to have on their business and I just worry about.
I can
putting anyone out of business.
reach out to them, but I know in prior conversations we've had with haulers, this is like a cutthroat business. They only want to talk. They don't use my name, don't say anything. But can I reach out to some of them? I can try and I will see if I can get some input for you. Yeah.
Yeah, and just not
Yep.
even super specific, just
Yep.
if they think this will take their business or not, just finger on the pulse on that.
The thing is they have to, right? So it's not like they have a choice to pick up recycling. They have to pick it up. Okay. So
They only don't have to now because we have curbside recycling.
correct. I mean,
If that was removed, then they would be forced by law to.
correct. And that's where you'd be listening is that we're subsidizing one hauler for the benefit of all these other little ones they don't have to do the service now. They can still charge a top dollar rate and they don't have to provide the service because as a town, we're paying for it. So.
Well, in my little research, almost all the small haulers, I mean, all of them that I came across do already offer recycling pickup. So I don't know if there is one that doesn't, but.
They have to. So if you just because if they go to Norwich or if they go to, whether Windsor or we had it up in Thetford, they have to haul, they have to do it. So that goes to the question that they have. It's just capacity. How much can they pick up? Would they need another truck? Would they need that? So, but if they want to keep you as a customer for the rubbish pickup, they're going to have to provide that service to you for recycling.
Yeah, I think so. Just to clarify, maybe it sounds like you were wondering about people having less business.
Yeah.
I don't think that's really a scenario because we're renewing with Casella, in which case status quo remains. Small haulers are hauling for who they haul for and Casella's doing the rest. Or we don't renew with Casella and then business potentially increases a lot for small haulers and they might have to say no to people if they don't have the capacity.
And potentially community members don't opt in to recycle.
Right. I mean,
We always have a transfer station that handles recycling.
yeah, we have the transfer
but
station.
they would have to bring their recycling.
They would have to bring it
So
there.
I just like worry that like the ease, like, right, like to get someone to do something, you need to make it easy for them. Money, not always easy. Moving your trash, not always easy. I'll be honest. I like compost. When the composting program stopped, I stopped composting for a while. I finally found somewhere nearby that I could do it, but like because I have to bring it in myself, I was like, I felt less inclined. It put up a barrier, and it took me like an extra hurdle to like, I should be doing this. Let me like.
To answer Heidi's question about the budget already being passed, I have asked that question of VLCT, and there's several options that the board could use to address the issue of canceling a program that's been budgeted. So.
And I wanted to ask the question, if you had other haulers, do they use the same, with that final processing, do they use the same ones that they take it to?
Well, I think some of you, I think probably a lot of your private small haulers are going over to Lebanon,
Okay.
and they're dumping over there
Okay,
and having it sorted over there.
because I understand Casella takes theirs to Rutland, right?
Well, theirs goes to first on 4 to their facility that they have here in town at 4.
Right.
And then from there, they take it to Rutland for the final, sorting of it and the marketing of it from that point. So I mean, they definitely have, the benefit of the facilities that they have here to do it, so.
It's just, I always, we get down, this sounds great. For people who say, well, I want the ease of it, let's do it. But then when it comes time to put the budget together, they get really angry about, that's an extra $300,000 that we, we've already passed 26 budget. Now it's gonna be, like you were talking about.
And I go to the question that Heidi asked too, is that, okay, so if I'm gonna spend an extra, say in my case, it was $10 a month, so an extra $120 a year in my recycling cost, how do we put that number to what it's going to cost somebody in taxes for that,
Yeah.
right? And I don't know if John, if that's something Gail could, I know she got a lot, if there's a way
We'd have to make sure we've got the right to inquiry for her, but yes.
That'd be good to know. Yeah. Okay, so I guess, is there, Eric?
I think Brandon had his hand first.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No worries.
Didn't recognize.
Thank you so much, both of you. I had just quick questions about a couple of things you mentioned. One was about the workers' comp for if we had employed our own collector. Do you think that would be lessened significantly if they were using the armed truck and not
It could
actually?
be. We'd have to get with our workers' comp provider and see what it would be.
That's probably one of the factors Casella is doing it for,
Correct.
I would imagine.
Yeah.
So
The other
Only they
thing.
were a system that provided healthcare to everybody.
Yeah, right.
They wouldn't have workers' comp.
The other thing I wanted to ask about was, you mentioned, well, if we operated our own collection service, we would have to find a place to market that raw material to. But I guess I was seeing here, like Casella takes that material and we pay them a processing fee for it. If we had our own collection, would they say, no, screw you, we won't take your stuff?
we would have to explore that with them at that time,
Okay.
We use Northeast Recovery now for our recycling.
They take some of it, some of it. And that is where too, that we just have to take a look at. They do the marketing for that. They do that, they charge us, it's quite expensive. I don't know if that would be the model I would want to go with. I think if we're going to go that route, if we started to get into collecting ourselves, we'd want to take a look at the model we're marketing it ourselves to get the best bang out of it. So.
Stop screen sharing.
Oh, sure. Sorry about that.
I forget it.
And Lebanon can be helpful because they do a very good job of marketing all their recycling materials. And they've been happy to share information with us about that. Good. I'm sorry, you have a question over here? Yep.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So a question about the budget shortfall that I asked, and I think Brian, you referred that to town manager, finance director. Do we have a sense of where, if we were to sign this, either the 3 or the 5 year contract, where the town would come up with that shortfall for the FYE 26?
I don't think we've had that discussion even. No.
Okay, so when we come back in
Yeah.
2 weeks.
Yeah.
It would be good to know that.
Yeah.
The other, seem to be losing my voice. The other thing I wanted to ask about is outreach to some of the other haulers and testing the waters for some sort of collaborative, back to the PPP again, I guess. It seems to me that, well, I really just don't understand the Casella bid. I mean, basically what they're saying is we want to automate our trucks to reduce our labor costs and be more efficient. And we're going to jack up the price at the same time. That suggests that maybe we're not a preferred customer. So exploring alternatives would be of interest to me. And for the public to know, we spend, so the current fiscal year, we're spending $308,184 for the recycling. That's the estimate, including the last quarter estimate. The first year, for the 5-year bid is an 83% increase over that. The first year for the 3-year bid is 100. It's roughly rounds down to 100% increase. That's pretty significant. So I would certainly be interested in seeing the town explore alternatives, and if there's another hauler who might be willing to work with the town. I know they didn't respond to bids, but is there another way that they can be approached? And I'm not sure how to go about that. But
by our procurement policy, we have to put it the way that we did it. I mean, if the other conversation would be is if there was somebody, then it would be an exception to the policy that you would have to.
But it's
grant.
something we can talk about with Gail along with these other questions, because she, of course, is very closely monitors the purchasing policy, and we work with her about exceptions.
And I think it would be there could be some other issues that we might deal with, but it's a very competitive business, and that's why we did what we did. And I think we had 1 or 2 of the other haulers respond, and they just had some generic questions about this, and they just said, yeah, we just can't handle the scope of the, what we have here, the scope of work that we have here for the smaller haulers around here. So
the last question I wanted to address was understanding more about our agreement with Lebanon. Brian, you responded and said we do have an agreement, so that because if we cancel the program and people need to handle their recycling and they don't do curbside trash pickup, and we additionally decide to discontinue service at the transfer station, that leaves the Lebanon landfill. And it would be good to understand maybe for the next meeting sort of how what that agreement looks like, because it hinges, sort of influences the transfer station.
We do have a regional player.
Right. The original, the agreement, Eric, is just generic. So Lebanon required a couple of years ago when they redid their agreement. So you as a resident right now, you can go buy a permit for that. So that permit gives you the ability to use any of the facilities at their transfer station landfill. You can take C&D, you can do whatever once there. So that's just generic. It's not just for recycling or anything like that. So I think within the survey, I think like 20-some% of the people said they would probably use the Lebanon landfill.
What about the greater Upper Valley solid waste district?
In what way, John?
Can they handle recycling?
No.
Okay.
They
Just solid waste.
I mean, like I know, like we when I was
Tom
up
Kennedy.
in Thetford, yeah, we used NRA. They picked our stuff up there, and Casella picked our stuff up there too.
Okay.
And they took it out. So
okay.
All right. Well, it's a consideration that I think we need to address if we're talking also about the transfer station. All of these things kind of go together. And at some point, New Hampshire is going to say, maybe we don't want your trash anymore. And then
I've heard the phrase uttered over there.
Right.
I think we have to call this.
Yes.
Yeah. Close it with.
Ashley had a question.
I think this is really important. I guess I still don't understand if there is going to be a gap in services with Casella. Like on the estimated residential recycling chart that you provided, page 9, it has a bid for year one of the 3 and 5 year, but then the Casella RFP response doesn't have a number in
That-
year one.
That's, that, you know.
That's this year.
That's for the up 26 year, then that's for the 5% increases. If you take a look, that's where for each one of those ones in RFP down there, I put for what percentage increase they would have. And that's where they basically said they would use a CPI index, which for 24 was 5.1%.
Okay, so there
So-
won't be a gap in any services
No,
while they
no,
get these
no,
new trucks
no.
up and running. Okay.
They would have some, talking to them, they wouldn't, come July 1st, they still need to build their own capacity. So they need to know they have a contract with us. And then from there, they've got to get the totes. They have to, build in. So it would probably be a few month build in before things should be switched over to where they totally went to the automated system. So
And say that date one more time. What's our deadline to get back to them?
what's that?
Sorry, what was the date you said that we need to respond by?
Well, I would think for them, I wouldn't push this. They probably need to know by your first meeting in May. Right, because you'll meet again.
13th?
Yeah, probably by the first meeting in May.
That's for their purposes, but for our purposes, we'd like to know by the 29th so we can do communication.
Correct.
If needed, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Want to thank you, Brian.
Thanks, Brian.
Thank you, Brian.
Thanks, Brian.
Hanging in there.
Which could have been better news, but it is what it is, right? So.
Indeed.
Okay, and the last item, you want to remind us, Miranda, and then we'll.
Yeah, I wanted to create a statement from the select board to offer our support and like stand in solidarity with Mohsen Madawi and his arrest. I know it is late. We probably don't want to crack one from scratch. And I know our congressional delegate wrote one, and maybe if we could just sign on to that and send that their way as well.
To where would it go?
To the congressional delegate and ask them to pass it forward as well.
Okay.
Is the best way that I can think about, unless you have another.
No, I just had written down what they actually said. Senator Sanders, Peter Welch, Senator Welch, and Representative Ballot. They said the arrest by hooded, masked, armed, plainclothes persons is immoral, inhumane, and illegal. Mr. Madawi is a legal resident of the United States and of Hartford, Vermont, and he must be afforded due process under the law and immediately be released from detention. That's exactly what they said. And I'm just going to add, for those of you who are interested, the UU Church down in Heartland, Vermont, is going to talk about what further actions will be helpful. That's at 6 o'clock down at the Heartland UU, which is, I think it's called Four Corners Road.
Friday.
On Friday, right? But now this was a very kind and gentle and nonviolent man going for his, he had done all the paperwork for citizenship, and this was a final interview for him.
Well, it actually wasn't a real interview. They tricked him
Right.
to coming to this location in Colchester just to, add to that. So posing as a final interview, and then they it detained him illegally.
Right. And you should know that he's been here for over 10 years. He has given talks concerning his childhood in a Palestinian refugee camp. So there's in our community, when there have been neighbors who have had some issues, we all rub up against each other at some time or another. He's been a mediator to solve those things. And he worked with, he's been meeting with leaders of the Jewish student organization at Columbia and others, and has not participated in violence.
Yeah, I mean, I would recommend that we issue a statement, and it could even be signed by us as individual board members rather than as the Hartford Select Board. But a statement similar, with similar language and similar sentiment to what the other federal level representatives have said. At this point, I think that we as the select board may be the only elected representative of this individual that has not made a statement. Like our state senators have made statements, our federal senators and Congress people have made statements, and he's a resident, and they're making statements about a resident of our specific town. So I feel like we have the room and the precedence to release a statement to the public that we could all maybe agree upon, like via email, that could be distributed via email, because this is a time sensitive matter. It's believed that he's still being held in Vermont, but I think demanding that he remain in Vermont and receive due process is something that we need to make a statement about sooner rather than later.
Is that, would that be copacetic to collaborate on that via email?
So
I think
can we just do it? I mean,
I guess the question is, are you acting as a select board or as 7 individuals?
I would vote in favor of just saying the select board endorses the statement of the Vermont congressional delegation regarding, in his name.
Yeah.
I
think that's a great idea.
I mean, I do think it's less powerful, but I mean, I guess I'll take it. It's better than nothing, but I do think it's kind of, I think the least we
I
can do
think
is
you can
come up.
also write individual letters to your senators, your representative.
Well, the senators and representatives already made a definitive
Right.
statement about it.
Right.
So what I'm saying is that as a board, we should make a definitive statement about it.
Well, I think-
But if it's.
is there a proposal? I mean, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I mean, we can't discuss it over email, so if we can propose a statement right now, then we can vote on it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I also just wanted to add to that. I mean, I think even the way that, I know not everyone here knows him, but the way that, like Mary, that you just spoke about him, like, I do feel like because he's a member of our community, adding those pieces of him to it too also feels important. Talking about how he's a mediator, how he's contributed to our community as an educator and an activist. Like, I think adding a little of his personhood into this statement too is important, which is why I would like us to maybe edit the one that our congressional delegate has already signed.
Yeah. It doesn't have to be totally new.
Randy?
I'm going to be fully human here in front of you all for a minute and say that if I were to treat you all like you treated me earlier tonight, voting down the thing I tried to do, I could say something like, we're doing this too fast. We're not going through the proper channels. This obsession with going through the proper channels tanked something. I'm wondering whether this man has any thoughts about getting a statement from our board the same night that we voted to not consider a ceasefire resolution, for God's sake. Like, I would love to hear from him.
But also
So-
the night that.
Brenda, I do want to say, I know this is like a really.
Oh, I will say one final thing to finish.
No, sorry, go ahead.
Which is that from 4 of you who, your main reason for voting to cancel the special meeting was that there was not enough sort of activist collaboration around the new resolution draft. I agree, there was less activist communication or collaboration. When the ceasefire resolution last year was voted down, most of the criticism it got was that I played a part in that, right? And at that time, I was supposed to play less of a part. And now I'm supposed to play more of a part. Or vice versa. Like, folks can't make up their minds how much of a part I'm supposed to play. So like, I think, I think the standards we need to hold each other to, I think we need to lower them and just get stuff done, get done everything we can get done. I'm not going to hold this up. This is wonderful. But I think the rest of us should not hold up other stuff either. Thank you.
I was just gonna say that I know this is like a really emotionally charged topic, and also that you've poured a lot of time and energy into this. And so I hate to see you taking this personally. I really, because I'm speaking just for myself. Tonight, I truly made that decision because of what I believed would be best for the community and actually creating change because of the divisiveness that I already was seeing happen. And I felt like maybe if we came at it from a collaborative standpoint, that it could be something that united our community, or at least more of our community. And yeah, and it wasn't to say that, yeah.
I will say I took it personally a little bit, but I do think I'm coming from a place where I actually want maximum effectiveness. And I mean, you guys also do. That's what you said, and I believe that. So that's good. We all want maximum effectiveness. But like, I have an idea of what maximum effectiveness is, and you have an idea of what maximum effectiveness is. And sometimes I'm willing to consider your idea. I guess what I'm saying is, I hope sometimes you consider my idea of maximum effectiveness. Thank you so much.
Okay, we need to, people, we're not getting anywhere. It's already after 10:30. So we need to make a decision if we're going to do this. And Mike made a proposal, he made a motion.
If that was a motion, I would second it.
Okay.
I understand Ashley's concerns, but I think in the interest of where we stand right now.
And I do think
Second
that,
thought.
well, I'm not gonna go there. Okay, we have a motion by Mike and a second by Eric.
Could we discuss a little further?
Absolutely.
I just would like to get a sense of where other folks' heads are at, like what the majority decision here will be, because I'm inclined to say no, because Kim has also sent over some talking points that Mosin's legal team created that we could also add into the
You wanna read
statement, but also I think they could just be incorporated in. There's like 10 bullet points. I think we could take a few of them and incorporate them in. But if this is what people have time and willingness to do, I will vote to just sign on to and say we agree.
Who did that go to? I didn't see those.
She just sent it to me.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I have no problem taking 15 minutes to write something that we can all stand behind. I think it's the least that we can do.
I think this should have been drafted for someone to look at, start the meeting.
Yeah, unfortunately, I
Honestly.
agree, Mike. My inbox has been flooded for the past 2 weeks about the ceasefire resolution that I just didn't have time to digest all of the public comment coming to us before tonight and draft this, because it was my intention to draft something, and I just.
And I think we also, I mean, this just happened
yesterday.
Yeah, this is like a time, yeah, it's not unfortunately.
So
I would support endorsing the congressional delegation statements plus the bullet points from the legal team.
Well, it's hard to imagine how somebody can vote on a resolution whose contents they don't know because they haven't seen them.
Well, we're going to discuss them, I think, but it's also, and also I want to get clarity on this, a resolution versus a statement. Like, and that's the next piece of this conversation is how do we distribute this information? Obviously, the brave people still watching this public hearing are seeing it, but my hope would be that we would also send it to Valley News or reach out to news organizations to get this statement out.
Well, the town has a communication specialist and I would suggest that we call on staff to do that in a uniform and standard fashion, whatever that means.
Public comment. Kim, go ahead.
Hi, y'all. Thanks also for having this conversation. I don't think, I appreciate the sensitivity around all of this. And I did share some information that was shared with me to Miranda. I don't think you could just tack on those bullet points to a statement. I think you either craft your own tonight or in 2 weeks from tonight, or you endorse the delegations. But basically, I guess my chiming in is to just say, please don't just tack on those talking points to an existing statement. Thanks.
Thank you, Kim.
I mean, I'm supportive of us coming up with a statement. I'm like, who's gonna start typing? You know, like you want it to be. Okay.
Hold up, ready to go.
Okay, can you read us what you have?
So I slightly edited the statement. On April 14th, Mosa Madawi of River Junction walked into an immigration office for what was supposed to be the final step of his citizenship process. Instead, he was arrested and removed in handcuffs by plainclothes armed individuals with their faces covered. These individuals refused to provide any information as to where he was being taken or what would happen to him. This is immoral, inhumane, and illegal. Mr. Madawi, a legal resident of the United States and Hartford, Vermont, for the last 10 years, must be afforded due process under the law and immediately released from detention. And then I was trying to kind of incorporate, Mary, what you were saying. I said, Mosin has contributed to our community as an educator, mediator, and activist. And then I was gonna try to, put some more thought into that part.
Could we add in the line where you said he should receive due process? Could we say like the Hartford Select Board demand that Mosin remain in Vermont and in order to receive due process? I don't know how do you feel about that language?
Eric?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have a motion and a second on the floor. If the consensus feels in the room like we don't want that, at least we should vote it down, right? Or withdraw it or something.
Okay. Mike
Okay.
is withdrawn.
All right, thank you.
Withdrawn. His
All right, just clarifies things.
Yes.
Thanks.
What was the language you said? Demand.
Yeah, the Hartford Select Board demand that Mosin remain in Vermont in order to receive due process. I'm open to modifications to that.
I have one suggestion.
Yeah,
go ahead, Brandon.
And truly just a suggestion, but perhaps we want to mention, because it feels important to me that he appears to have been targeted because of his beliefs as expressed.
Yes, which was these bullet point. I don't know if y'all can see that. I just threw it on my screen, so it's okay.
That's okay.
The bullet points here that the legal team provided, one of them is that he has been targeted for deportation because he spoke up on campus in defense of Palestinians. Do you feel like that statement? We can plug that.
I support adding that statement.
Yeah. Should we add that in the earlier part of the language rather than?
Yes. Some of the other, I think a lot of these points that the legal team provided are encapsulated here. I think something important that they mentioned though is that if you know him from Vermont, please try to frame the points in your local context and give examples of his engagement with our community.
Well, I think that's
the last sentence.
Yeah.
Do we want one more sentence about personal? People's experiences of it, from the resident?
I mean, I would maybe note that there's been, I don't know about in your all's experience, but my personal phone, there's been an outpour of concern and support from Hartford residents.
right.
So maybe mentioning that as well, that like he had so many connections. Almost every person I've spoken to about this knew him.
Maybe, is it okay to call him like a relationship builder? Is that too like, okay.
I think you could even, maybe say that even though he is in Hartford, that he's a friend of many, not just a resident, but a friend to many.
There's someone at the
Yes,
podium. Oh, sorry.
I think you're making your statement weaker and weaker as you go. It needs to be brief, succinct, to the point. What you first read to the board was pretty much spot on as far as I'm concerned. If that statement that you read says something to the effect that he's a resident of a longstanding resident of our community, and we care about what's happened to him, I think that's about as far as you can go. You start adding all these bullet points in, and you're just confusing the issue. You're going to pick up people who disagree with one thing or another. They're going to question where you got that information. Keep it short and simple. Make it a very strong statement of support for him. The only thing that you really can add that hasn't been said a million times by other people is that he's our resident, our neighbor. That's really the only thing that you need to say, other than the basic comment, basic statement that you read right up front, Miranda. Thanks.
We're in a good place.
Yeah, I think, can you read it again and then we'll make a motion?
Should I wait, can I have like 2 seconds? Just really quick?
Yeah,
Okay,
take a
sorry.
minute.
Yeah, thank you.
I will start gathering my food.
Thank you for being snacks, Mary, and thank you all for staying and discussing this. I know this is like insane. Yeah.
Can we need any more sugar?
Need is a different thing than want. What do you got?
You could have that, or this has sugars in it too, it's just dates.
Oh, it's.
Yes. Yes, my neighbor. You are welcome.
You only need the 5 on this one.
I broke that line in half because it was written for 5, but there's enough space so you could do it on this either side of that little break. It'll suffice as long as I have 4 signatures.
Okay.
John.
Do you want to read it?
Yes, I'll read it.
Wait,
Sorry.
can I make one suggestion before you read the whole
Yes.
thing? Where it says that for what was supposed to be the final step in his citizenship, I just was thinking of changing it to what he believed would be.
I was told.
Or was told.
What he was told,
Or what he was led to believe.
Yeah.
What he was led to believe
Yeah.
would be. Okay, okay.
Thank you.
On April 14th, Mohsen Madawa, a resident of Hartford, Vermont for the last 10 years, walked into an immigration office for what he was led to believe would be the final step in his citizenship process. Instead, he was arrested and removed in handcuffs by plainclothes armed individuals with their faces covered. These individuals refused to provide any information as to where he was being taken or what would happen to him. It is clear that Mohsen has been targeted for deportation because he spoke up on campus in defense of Palestinians. This is immoral, inhumane, and illegal. Mr. Madawi, a legal resident of the United States, must be afforded due process under the law, and the Hartford Selectboard demands that Mohsen remains in Vermont until his timely release from detention. Mohsen is a member of our community, a neighbor, and a friend to many. He has added value as an educator, mediator, activist, and relationship builder, and has an outpouring of support from his home of Hartford. Right. One thing I'm going to add, I'm just going to say Columbia's campus, so it's clear that what campus.
And I think maybe he has received an outpouring of support.
Or I was saying it as like currently, like he has, and
he has the support. Okay, yeah, that
or
works.
we could,
I think
This-
go ahead.
Well, I just wanted to fact check. Does anyone know that he was here, living here for the last 10 years? I know he's been in the United
this is
States.
like his legal residence.
Yes,
Yeah.
it is.
Is White River Junction.
Well, correct, current legal residence, but has it been his legal residence for 10
Yes.
years? Okay,
Yeah.
that's all I wanted to know.
And then you'll pull off those bulletins.
Yes.
And I might, last edit, I'm sorry, I just might remove the word activist. Like in it, like I know that he has
there
that role,
another
but in
word?
this community, I don't think
It's a
of him
loaded
as.
term.
It is a loaded
Yeah.
term.
It's a loaded
Okay.
term, and it's not like Mohsen has been like known for like leading protests in Hartford. You know, he's more known for
Maybe like
like
a storyteller?
mediating conflict and I don't know.
Because he
Yeah.
said he shares his experience and stories with others. And
Right.
That kind of, I don't like that word either. I could be like, he's a
Okay, we
storyteller.
scratch it.
Maybe I think
I
just,
feel like it's
yeah, just
powerful.
leave
It
it.
shows that
Yeah.
he is
Educate. Yeah, I like that.
not
Keep it.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
so we have a
Awesome.
motion.
Oh, sorry.
Madam Chair, wait, do you want to go?
I'll do it. I motion that we, as a select board, sign this statement of support for Mohsen Madawi.
I'll
Is there a
second.
And distribute it, or well, and ask the town, sorry, and direct the town manager to ask the communications specialist to distribute it through normal channels, including local media.
And that's a friendly
Typical
amendment.
channels or something, friendly amendment, yeah.
Okay, and we have a second.
I'll second.
Ashley seconds the motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Somebody will email me that statement.
I'm gonna email it to you right now.
Okay,
And you'll send it to the.
so that
communications
passes
Yes, I will.
unanimously 7-0. I'm gonna start with Eric. Any commission reports?
And I will be brief, but I need to pull it up here. Let's see, Hartford Community Conservation Commission. I attended the meeting on the 7th of April. They're working with Vermont Law and Graduate School student lawyers on developing a toolkit to assist landowners with navigating the land conservation process. This effort is aligned with statewide goals of conserving 30% of Vermont's land by 2030 and 50% by 2050. It was also aligned with goals in the town's climate action plan. An in-depth paper on land conservation goals, strategies, and risks was presented to the HCC by student lawyers during the April 7th meeting. The next phase of the toolkit development will involve producing a pamphlet to assist landowners interested in conserving land. The commission has a lot of educational opportunities coming up, including vernal pool walk on the town forest on Sunday, April 20th, and a wildflower walk at Menawonka Conservation Area Saturday, April 26th. Of course, check the website and other places for more information. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Miranda?
Yes, I have attended both Hickory and the tree board's meetings. The tree board is working on the Arbor Day sale, and Hickory is currently planning Juneteenth, so I will be back in touch as more progresses on that.
Thank you, Miranda. Ida?
No reports.
All right. Mike?
No reports.
Brandon?
No.
Okay, Ashley?
No.
And there's no for me.
For those that do, if you could put that in 2 or 3 sentences for Lana to include in the minutes, that would be greatly appreciated. Send them to me or Lana.
Already done, sir.
Oh, great.
All right,
Beautiful.
okay, so we have the consent agenda. Do I have a motion on the consent agenda?
Madam Chair,
Mike?
I move the select board approve payroll ending 4/12/2025. Approve AP manifest of 4/11/2025 and 4/17/2025. Approve meeting minutes of 4/1/25. Future meetings 4/29/2025, 5/13/2025, and 5/27/2025.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
All right, Eric seconds the motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, do I have a motion to adjourn the select board meeting?
So moved.
Okay, Ida, is there a second? Miranda, all right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you all, thank you. Nick.
10:53.
Good night,
Thank you, Colin.
No, he's gonna sleep in tomorrow. I hope John.